Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and all participants. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to every one of you to the Regional Policy Dialogue on Circular Economy and Plastic Waste Management in ASEAN. Before we proceed, let us stand for the national anthem of Malaysia. To begin, I would like to invite Mr. Irfan to the stage for the recitation of dua.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah ya Rahim, praise to be God, the Lord of the worlds. Peace and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his companion, and for those who follow his example till the judgment day. Allahumma ya Allah, on this blessed afternoon, in conjunction with this program, regional policy dialogue on circular economy and plastic waste management in ASEAN, we beseech thee and grateful to you in favor of all the infinite blessing to us, your humble servant, to live in this safe and prosperous life. We seek your blessing for a flawless progress of this event from the beginning till the end. We seek your guidance to stay clear of the event that will determine the progress of this event. Ya Latifur Rahman, please bless us with Taufiq and Hidayah. Please guide University Malaya to greatness and peace, glory and prosperity in this world and thereafter. Make us a responsible intellectual, granted us with a valuable knowledge that will be beneficial to mankind in order to gain Qurratullah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Sallallahu alaihi wasallam Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irfan. It is an honor to have you here today as we convene to address the critical challenges of the circular economy and plastic waste management within our region. This dialogue is intended to foster knowledge sharing and collaboratively develop actionable policy recommendations to enhance our practices in these vital areas. Before we commence, a brief housekeeping announcement. Please ensure your mobile speaker phones are on silent mode or switch off for the duration of this event. Now I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the respected individual gracing with their presence today. From the ministry representatives, we have Honorable Dr. Nazribin Yahya from Ministry of Environment and Water Malaysia, and we have respected Ms. Wararin Wongpenich from Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand, and we have Honorable Dr. Lai Sopana from Ministry of Environment, Cambodia, and respected Dr. Pinsak Suraswati from Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment from Thailand, and representative from embassies, Your Excellency Charles Tormod Peterson, Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN, Your Excellency Dr. Netra Prasad Timsina, Ambassador of Nepal, Your Excellency Alejandro Roselli Londono, Embassy of Republic of Colombia, Your Excellency Dr. Mariam Shabina Ahmed, High Commission of the Republic Maldives, Intergovernmental International Organization, respected Dr. Wong Sok from Environmental Division, Asian Secretariat, and from Corporate and Industrial Leader, Honorable Mr. Roberto Benetillo, the Chief Executive Officer of Malaysian Recycling Alliance Berhad, and SE for the NGO representative, we have respected Dr. Alyssa, Executive Director of Center for Southeast Asian Studies, CSEAS, and SE for the academician, we have distinguished Professor Dr. Yong Chen Chen, the Director, Department of Economics, Faculty of Business and Economics, University Malaya, and distinguished Associated Professor Dr. Fauzia binti Shahul Hamid, Head of Center for Research in Risk Management, CRWM, University Malaya. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here today. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you, and I sincerely hope you will have a fruitful and enriching experience throughout today's event. Thank you for your presence and support in making this event a success.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. Welcome to the Regional Policy Dialogue on Circular Economy and Plastic Waste Management in ASEAN. This event is organized by the Center for Southeast Asian Studies Indonesia and the Norwegian Institute for Water Research in collaboration with the Center for Research in Waste Management, University Malaya, under the Norwegian ASEAN Regional Integration Program as part of the ASEAN-Norwegian Cooperation Project on Local Capacity Building for Reducing Plastic Pollution in the ASEAN region, Phase 2. We would like to express our gratitude to all of the organizing committee members and partners for their hard work and dedication in making this public dialogue possible.
To officially commence this dialogue, I would like to invite our first keynote speaker to the stage. Please welcome Professor Dr. Yong Chen Chen, Director, Department of Economics, Faculty of Business and Economics, University Malaya, to deliver the opening remarks. Dr. Chen, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, colleagues, and friends. It is my great honor to welcome all of you to this important gathering. The Regional Policies Dialogue on Circular Economy and Plastic Waste Management in ASEAN. Today, we come together to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, the sustainable management of plastic waste and the transition to a circular economy. This dialogue is a testament to our shared commitments to fostering regional collaborations, innovations, and actionable solutions for a greater and more sustainable future. I would like to begin by acknowledging the presence and support of our distinguished guests, whose leadership and expertise are invaluable to this dialogue. First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to His Excellency Charles Tormod Peterson, Ambassadors of Norway to ASEAN, Your Excellencies, Norway's pioneering efforts in circular economies, practices, and sustainable waste management are a source of inspirations for us all. Your presence here today underscores the importance of international collaborations in addressing global environmental challenges. Thank you for joining us and for your continued support. Next, I would like to recognize Dr. Pinsak Suraswadi, Director General of the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand. Dr. Pinsak, your leadership in protecting Thailand's marine and coastal ecosystem has been instrumental in advancing sustainable practice in the region. We are grateful for your insights and look forward for your contributions for today's discussion. I would like to welcome Dr. Wong Sok, Assistant Director of the Environment Divisions of ASEAN Secretariat. Dr. Wong, your work is driving regional environmental initiatives have been pivotal in shaping ASEAN's approach to sustainability. The expertise will undoubtedly enrich our dialogues today. In addition, I will pleased to acknowledge the presence of Ms. Vararin Van Pranish, Biodiversity Research Specialist, Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand. Your research and expertise in biodiversity conservation are critical to our understanding of the impact of plastic waste on marine ecosystem. Dr. Lee Sofana, Ministries of Environment, Cambodia. Your efforts in advancing environmental policies in Cambodia are commendable, and we look forward to hearing your perspective on regional collaborations. Dr. Nasri Binyaya, the former chairman of Environmental Quality Council, Ministry of Environment and Water, Malaysia, your extensive experience in environmental governance will provide valuable insight into effective policy framework. Mr. Tom Jørgen Martinsen, Deputy Head of Mission, Royal Norwegian Embassy in Malaysia. Your presence highlights the strong partnership between Norway and ASEAN in addressing environmental challenges. Her Excellency Dr. Mariam Shabina Ahmad, High Commission of Republic of Maldives. His Excellency Dr. Netra Prasad Minister, Ambassador of Nepal. His Excellency Alessandro Rossi Lodondro, Ambassador of Republic of Colombia. This regional policies dialogue on circular economy and plastic waste management in ASEAN is a critical platform for addressing one of the most urgent environmental challenges facing our region. ASEAN, with its rich biodiversity and rapidly growing economies, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in sustainable development. However, the region also faces significant challenges, particularly in managing plastic waste. Every year, millions of tons of plastic waste enter our oceans, threatening marine life, ecosystem, and the livelihood of millions who depend on these resources. The transition to circular economy, where waste is minimized, resources are reused, and products are redesigned for longevity, offer a transformative solution. By rethinking how we produce, consume, and dispose material, we can create a system that benefits both the economy and the environment. This dialogue is an opportunity to share knowledge, experience, and best practices. It is a chance to explore innovative solutions, strengthen partnership, and align our efforts toward a circular economy that minimizes waste and maximizes resources efficiency. This issue of plastics waste, particularly in our oceans and waterways, demands urgent actions, and ASEAN's collective response will play a critical role in addressing this challenge. As we begin today's discussion, let us remember that the choices we make and the policy we implement will have a lasting impact on our environment, economies, and communities. Together, we can pave the way for a more sustainable and resilient future. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished guests and all participants for your commitments to this cause. I wish you all productive and inspiring dialogue. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Yong Chen, for your insightful work. Next, I would like to invite His Excellency Kjell Thorvald Pedersen, Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN, to share his thought with us. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, MC, for your kind introduction. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues and participants. In particular, Dr. Pinsak Sirawasi, Director General, Minister of Natural Resources and Environment, Kingdom of Thailand. Dr. Wonsok, Director of Environment, Division of ASEAN Secretariat, and Dr. Professor Yong Shen Chen, University of Malaya Business School. Thank you for your remarks. Very good. Let me begin by thanking the organizers for the invitation to deliver the opening remarks here at the University of Malaya this afternoon. The issues addressed at this workshop concern one of the core operation areas between ASEAN and Norway. How together we can combat plastic pollution locally, regionally, and internationally. The government of Norway was disappointed that we didn't manage to negotiate a globally binding agreement with December last year on how to contribute to a more circular economy and responsible plastic waste management. However, we must continue to move forward and make efforts to find acceptable solutions. Ocean sustainability and marine health is one of Norway's main policy priorities. And the ASEAN 2 project, this workshop being part of it, is one of the main initiatives supported by Norway in the ASEAN region, which recognizes the key role of Southeast Asia or addressing this critical issue of combating marine litter. I'm therefore thankful to the Center of Southeast Asian Studies, in particular Dr. Eisman, the Norwegian Institute for Water Research, for facilitating a policy dialogue on clean utilities with key objectives. It is obvious to all of us why we need to stop the leakage of plastics into nature, that there are political and economic constraints on how to do this. Hence, the importance of discussion on policy recommendations. They all depend on the use of plastic in our daily modern life. It's everything from household goods, medical equipment, banknotes, packaging, motor vehicles, buildings, and fish nets, and so on. But you also know that without new and effective control measures, plastic production is set to double in 20 years, and plastic waste leaking into the oceans is projected to triple by 2040. Plastic has rapidly become one of the most widespread pollutants on our planet and with adverse health effects. It's Norway's firm opinion that a legally binding global treaty can create a harmonized approach to regulating plastic production and through that enable a transition towards a circular plastic economy and to end plastic pollution. Treaty is important for businesses to grow and develop sustainably. Reading through the objectives and expected outcomes of today's workshop, I'm confident that you have the right agenda will make your contribution to improve the environment in the ASEAN region. Let me end by wishing you all the best with your discussions and recommendations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Shel Thormod Patterson, for your valuable insight. Now, please welcome Dr. Pinsak Suraswadi, Director General of the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand, to provide his opening remarks.
His Excellency Shel Thormod Peterson, Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN, Professor Dr. Yong Shen Chen, Director, University Malaya Business School, ASEAN Member States, ASEAN Secretariat, Center for Southeast Asian Studies, Norwegian Institute for Water Research, distinguished delegates and participants. It is my honor to deliver these opening remarks at the Regional Policy Dialogue on Circular Economy and Plastic Waste Management in ASEAN. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Center for Southeast Asian Studies, the Norwegian Institute for Water Research, and University Malaya for their invaluable efforts in organizing this significant event. This gathering represents a critical platform to address the growing challenge of plastic waste pollution in the ASEAN region, a matter of shared concern for all of us. It also marks a key milestone within the ASEAN Phase 2 project, fostering enhanced regional collaboration and the pursuit for sustainable solutions. The ASEAN region, renowned for its rich biodiversity and scenic coastline faces mounting threat from plastic waste pollution. This persistent issue not only endanger marine ecosystems, fisheries, and the tourism sector, but also poses significant risk to public health and risk of urban flooding due to the blockage drainage system. Nevertheless, commendable progress is being made through initiatives such as the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris in the ASEAN member states and the ASINO project. These efforts focus on strengthening waste management system, driving innovation, and advancing circular economy practice throughout the region. Furthermore, the ongoing negotiations under the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee for the Global Plastic Treaty are noteworthy. The development of the international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution aimed at addressing the entire life cycle of plastic will be instrumental in mitigating their environmental, economic, and social impact. Distinguished delegates, it is evident that overcoming this complex challenge requires a multifaceted approach involving the enforcement of robust policies, public engagement, the promotion of community participation, and the adoption of advanced technologies to minimize plastic dependency and enhance recycling system. This policy dialogue offers a vital opportunity to exchange knowledge, share experience, and for stronger partnerships by aligning our efforts with the ASEAN Regional Action Plan. We can collectively design effective strategy to combat plastic pollution and promote more sustainable practice. I am confident that the insight and perspective shared during this event will significantly contribute to our collective endeavor to achieve a more sustainable and environmentally resilient future for the ASEAN region. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the outcoming of this meaningful dialogue. Thank you. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, Dr. Binsak Suraswati. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Wong Sok, Assistant Director, Environmental Division, Asian Secretariat, to share his thought with us virtually.
No.
Yeah, I'm ready.
It's Excellency Tejo Thomas Patterson, Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN, Dr. Pinsak Suraswati, Director General of Department Marine and Coastal Resources, Ministry Natural Resource and Environment Thailand, as the Chair of AWGCME, Professor Dr. Yong Chen Chen, Director, University Malaya Business School, Dr. Risman, Executive Director of Center for Southeast Asia Studies, CSEAS Indonesia. Excellency Ambassador, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and the representative from ASEAN member state, Norway, NIVA, partner organization, industrial organization, and also research institution and university. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to join you virtually and welcome Excellency and distinguished participants to the Regional Policy Dialogue on Circular Economy Plastic Waste Management in ASEAN. I wish to congratulate the government of Malaysia for assuming ASEAN chairmanship this year for champion circular economy initiative in the region. Also, my appreciation goes to the Center for Southeast Asia Studies, CSEAS, the Norway Institute for Water Research, NIVA, and the University Malaya for the excellent arrangement made for the policy dialogue and also contributing to information and knowledge concerning plastic waste and pollution in the region. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as we all are aware, plastic waste is one of the most pressing environmental challenges of our time through its cumulative effect. The consumption of single-use plastic packages has drastically increased in ASEAN member states due to economic growth, rapid urbanization, changing consumption and production pattern. Global concern around unsustainable production, disposal of plastic, and its linkages call for urgent and collective action. At the regional level, ASEAN has initiated implement various vital initiatives to promote circular economy and also plastic waste management, such as the Bangkok Declaration on Combating Marine Debris in ASEAN region, the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for Combating Marine Debris in AMS, and also the recent last year that the ASEAN Declaration on Plastic Circularity, among other, the framework for circular economy for ASEAN, for AEC and ASEAN Sustainable Consumption Production Framework, as well as the important establishment of ASEAN Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform and ASEAN Circular Economy Forum. Moreover, ASEAN member states have been actively engaged at the international level in addressing plastic issues in its circularity, especially at the Global Plastic Treaty negotiation. ASEAN also been working closely with our partner and support innovative solutions for plastic and circularity, such as ASEAN 2 project, which promote research, knowledge exchange, capacity building on circular economy. This regional policy would be provide important platform for building upon the progress and exchange view on coordinating, strengthening such an initiative at the regional level, exchange and also enhance network, database for easy access information and innovation around the region, attract investment for innovation. I look forward to the insight and perspective shared in today's exchange. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, for effective policy and practice implementation, it's vital to align with best practice, foster collaboration among all stakeholders, especially in finance, the private sector, and industrial at the midstream and upstream level as well. Your active involvement in research and development of innovative solutions, along with the promoting best practice, sharing valuable information, is essential for driving progress in the circular economy and enhancing plastic management. Together, we can create a sustainable future and make a meaningful impact. This event presents an exceptional opportunity for politicians, decision makers, and academic to engage with the key stakeholders in discovering innovative pathways to enhance the circularity, improve plastic management across diverse scale and sector. So join us to unlock the potential for meaningful change and our collaboration. ASEAN ambitious goal cannot be accomplished in isolation, and we recognize the crucial role of our partner play in accelerating this effort. We are incredibly grateful for unwavering support from the government of Norway. This commitment through the second phase of ASEAN phase 2 on the local capacity building for reducing plastic pollution in ASEAN region has been instrumental. We eagerly anticipate that even greater collaboration and continuous partnership moving forward. ASEAN Secretariat stands ready to support and work with you all. We wish everyone a great success in essential regional policy dialogue today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paulson. We now have the honor of inviting His Excellency Kjell Tormod Petersen, Ambassador of Norway to ASEAN, and also Dr. Arisman to come to the stage to present the token of appreciation. Please, Dr. Arisman and the Ambassador.
Oh, I see. Oh, the picture. Okay. Oh, I have you. Oh. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Arisman. Now, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Fauzia to the stage to present a token of appreciation to Professor Yong Chen Chen. Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Fauzia, and please remain on stage for a photo session. We would like to invite His Excellency Kjell Tormod Petersen, Ambassador of Norway, and also Dr. Arisman to the stage together for a photo session.
Okay. One, two, three. One. One.
Thank you. Now we would like to invite all the VIPs and attendees to participate in a photo session to commemorate this occasion. Please come to the middle. Those who are seated on the left and right, please come to the middle for the photo session.
The camera from here.
Yes, yes.
The camera from here. Oh, we can see.
Yes, yes, yes.
Once again, if everyone smile.
One, two, three.
Okay. Our first session, the theme for this session is enhancing the circular economy model and improving plastic waste management practices in ASEAN. Our esteemed panelists for this session include Dr. Dinh Thi Thuy Han, research scientist from the Institute of Environment, Vietnam Maritime University, and Dr. Arisman, Executive Director of the Center for Southeast Asian Studies Indonesia. Also, Mr. Bruno Solomon Kofi Mensa, he will join online virtually. Senior Program Officer of the Waste and Resources Management Cluster Regional Resources Center and for Asia and the Pacific, Asia Institute of Technology, AIT Thailand. Each panelist will present their insight, followed by a discussion. This session will lead by our moderator. To guide us through the discussion, please welcome Rachel Karasik, researcher at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research.
Hello. Okay, maybe the panelists can come up and join me. I'm sure we're ready to learn and hear from them. So Dr. Arisman, Dr. Hong, come to the stage. So yeah, maybe take a seat. So maybe we can go to the presentation. We'll have 3 wonderful 10-minute presentations from our speakers and then a panel discussion. But before that, I wanted to spend just 5 minutes talking about what circular economy and plastic waste management is. These are buzzwords. They're used very often. They're often used interchangeably. There are no agreed upon definitions for these terms. And so I know we have some students here. I know we have some people who are new to this world. So I thought it would be nice to make sure maybe we have some common understanding of these terms. So next slide. So I am Rachel. I'm a researcher with the Norwegian Institute for Water Research, and I work on the project ASEAN 2, which has been referenced a few times before. It's a local capacity building project with the ASEAN. Oh, thank you. I can do this myself. I won't spend too much time on that. Great. So what is plastic waste management? Plastic waste management is a series of activities that flow through many different individuals, companies, industries, starting with the generation of waste. So after we use plastic and dispose of it, it becomes waste. And then it is either uncollected or entered into the environment, or it's collected by formal or informal service providers. And then the fate of plastic waste can be disposed of in landfills or open sites. It can be incinerated for energy, sorted for recovery, which is also sometimes known as recycling. It can end up in our environment, it can be burnt, it can be on drains. So this is what we're talking about when we talk about plastic waste management. It is many different activities, and it is many different stakeholders that are involved in those activities, and it is complicated. And this is obviously not the figure for all of ASEAN and every different country. This is just a nice representation of all of the concepts that make up plastic waste management. And I can go next. Maybe. Okay. And circular economy is something of a vision. So it's a vision for a system where materials don't become waste and where products are used and extended use for a long period of time. So materials are kept in a circular system, they're repurposed, they're recycled, they're composted, and waste is minimized, if not eliminated, as much as possible. So we're talking about two very different things here. We're talking about waste and we're talking about a world without waste, and we're talking about them together. So I wanted to just briefly talk about how they interact with one another. So the relationship between circular economy and waste management, and I'm sorry that these figures and the text is so small, is that within a circular economy, waste becomes a resource, but it's not the only aspect or the only activity of a circular economy. So in a circular economy, safe and sustainable design of materials is prioritized, efficient production, consumption, and the extended use of products. And then waste itself remains in that system, and very little ends up burned or in a landfill. I'll skip this just to get through it. And then in that sense, waste management is actually very, very important for a circular economy to function well, to be able to collect, recover, and sort all of our waste items so that they can be used as resources in a system. And so in this figure, we see that in a circular economy, we're still investing resources in waste management, and we're investing more resources into things like recycling and collection, and less so on dumping. So these are not the unanimously agreed upon definitions of circular economy or waste management. I just thought it would be helpful when we're thinking about the discussions that we're having today to remember that we're talking about a bigger system and a vision that has not yet been achieved, and that these are interacting systems and these are interacting activities. And so sometimes when we use these words, we talk about recycling, and recycling is so important. It's such an important activity, but it's part of a wider system and it's part of a wider vision. So I hope we just remind ourselves to keep a hold of this vision and the way in which it intersects and interacts. And I just want to say one more thing. Oh, that's it. I thought I had another slide. Thank you. So we'll start the discussion now, or the presentation. So Dr. Han, you have the floor now. We'll hear from you for 10 minutes, and then we'll move on to Dr. Alyssa.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming here. It's a great honor for me to be the panelist in this dialogue. So first, okay, so as per Rachel has mentioned, so we have a big picture of circular economy. So now I will share some of the picture from Vietnamese aspect. Okay, so I will talk a little bit about our project, VMU, and also for some landscape in Vietnam for circular economy and also plastic regulation. Okay, so my name is Han. I'm from Vietnam Maritime University. I'm also working as a lecturer and also the consultant for the World Bank in Vietnam, and also Department of Trade and Foreign Affairs Australia, and also Mekong River Commission. And during my projects, I have worked with NIVA for the project ASEAN 2. So NIVA had just paid a visit to Vietnam once, and we have covered 3 objectives of ASEAN 2 for the social analysis. Okay, so this is the international policy landscape that setting the burden in Vietnam to issue some policies toward the plastic management. So we have the upcoming global plastic treaty. Vietnam already signed this treaty. However, we are waiting for the ratification, and we set the very basic foundation for all the upcoming policies in Vietnam to deal with plastic. Whether we have already had some regulation, but it's not enough because it depends on the people awareness. And we also have some regional framework. Okay. Yes, the national framework within the ASEAN region. So we also taken part in this framework, like the Bangkok Declaration on combating marine debris in ASEAN region, or the framework on action of marine debris, and also the action plan with the marine debris in ASEAN. Those one, you can see it talk much about the marine environment. However, in order to deal with the pollution of the marine environment, we have to begin at the very first stage from the waste management at source. Yeah, and from the Vietnamese policy landscape, we have here, we have some policy. So we have conducted some analysis toward the policy that have been issued in Vietnam for recent year. So we have like 56 policy related to waste sorting, waste management, and also plastic management. And to deal with those problems, we have some measures related to economic regulatory, the soft measure, and something else. But when we try to calculate such thing based on some specific tool like the NPO applications, we can see that the economic measure accounts for 42%, and the regulatory measure accounts for like nearly 40%. So those are the major measures that works in Vietnam, because most of the people, when we get the penalty, we are very afraid of that. Yeah, penalty. So all the economic and regulatory seems to work best in Vietnam. And in fact, we have the national action plans to mitigate the plastic pollution until 2030. And now we are conducting like the auditing activity with this national action plan to see whether people are aware of this national action plan, and also what have they done in order to satisfy the targets. For example, we committed to reduce like 75% by the end of 2025 for the plastic along the coastline, and also for the fishing activities, and 100% by the end of 2030. It's quite a big dream. However, we are trying to get such target. And with the plastic waste management policy related to waste management, as I mentioned before, we have some regulation for the waste segregation. We have to sort all kind of waste, and it was encouraged to do like 10 years ago, but it failed. And until now, we have the regulation for that. So by the end of 2024, everyone have to sort the waste. And then if you do not sort the waste properly, you will have some penalty, like from 20 to 40 US dollar each time. And the collector will refuse to collect the waste from your house. So people will be very like, they don't like such thing. They don't like penalty. They don't like waste to be like everywhere in their house. Then we encourage them to comply with the rules. And yeah, we have some other policy like that.
Next slide.
Next slide. No, previous slide.
Previous.
Yeah.
And we have some ban and restriction of the single-use plastic product and packaging and taxes, and we have some the Vietnam green level scheme for some packaging activities, and also we have the EPR extended producer responsibility scheme for plastic packaging waste. It's kind popular terms these days. However, in Vietnam, even it is regulated in the law, but only some big company or some they should sell everything to the foreigner companies, so they should comply with this very well. But for some local company, we are trying to do the awareness raising activity, and also we try to do some policy analysis to meet the to meet their real requirement, their needs, and something like that. And listen. Okay, for the circular plastic economy, as I mentioned before, we have the regulation, and also for each kind of waste here, we have the packaging. For example, for packaging of food, cosmetic, drug, fertilizer, animal feed, etc. So EPR will work since the beginning of 2024. We also have the decree circular to support the business to comply with this regulation. And for other like vehicle from the beginning of 2027. So we are going on the way to do the EPR for all six targets products in here. And we have a decree to regulate specific thing about EPR, for example, the recycling waste rate, and also the recycling specifications. Okay, so about the future, we, based on our analysis, and we have some recommendation for the institutional arrangement. We should have some policy framework. It should be like the government based. Because only the government can issue some policy related to penalty, to awareness raising, and also some incentives for business and also for household. And it should be like government, and also for other countries. So we should have something like the cooperation, but it should be the government based. And we have to identify the relevant stakeholders. Instead of only the policymakers, we should have the more participation from the community. And with the financing mechanism, the state, the government, have some budget for such regulation, and also how to keep up with how to implement those regulation. However, we should find our own budget for such activity from some like loan from the donors like ADB or World Bank, etc. And for the regional cooperation, we have to align with the national policy framework and also the coming GPT, Global Plastic Treaty. It will set a very, very fundamental foundation for all policy. And yeah, harmonize the standard for circular plastic economy. Okay, so that's for my presentation. So thank you very much for your listening. So this is my team, the
Thank you, Han. I think we'll move on to the presentation from Dr. Arslan from CSEAS TV.
Thank you, Rachel. Yeah, maybe I can stand up. It's more. Yeah, we try to do a mapping of the upstream solution for plastic waste reduction, especially in the ASEAN tourism industry. Next slide, please. We understand that plastic crisis is not only waste issue. So we are talking about upstream, downstream, mentioned by Rachel, and mostly this is my personal maybe downstream less effective, but we are talking about upstream solution today. Next. Upstream solution means one of the solution is doing reuse refill system. It's already done some countries, which is more significant, more effective to addressing the plastic crisis, especially for the single-use plastic circulation. And then next slide, please. Yeah, for our research, we are focusing on the especially hospitality industry, specifically again in hotel and restaurant. We understand that plastic waste is produced by hotel and restaurant industry in ASEAN, especially in the hotel, mostly in the room and the bathroom, and then in the restaurant, in the dining and the kitchen area. So we try to do the literature review, the study, and then the finding come next. Yeah, we found that we highlight 50 solutions with 33 focus on the eliminating unnecessary plastic and single-use plastic. This is in line with the Global Tourism Plastic Initiative. This approach emphasis on the importance of upstream solution to reduce plastic waste and foster sustainability in the hospitality sector across ASEAN. Next slide, please. Yeah, it's very small, but the 33 is here in the reduce side. There's a reuse and recycle. Of course, recycle is also important, but yeah, this is 3R framework. Next. So we also try to we did interview with some stakeholders in ASEAN countries, especially only 6 countries, including Indonesia, Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Malaysia, and we come up with the following key points. The first one is about awareness. Next slide, please. Yeah, when we come to the awareness, we identify there's 3 awareness, end user awareness, operator awareness, and public awareness. So how we mitigate this one? So we, for the end user awareness, empowering end user, of course, for the operator, enhancing operator awareness, and of course, increasing public awareness. Next. For the expenses, we identify there's a four costly waste management practices, cost-related compliance issue, transition expenses, and transition process issue. Of course, to mitigate this, investing in the effective waste management practices, addressing compliance costs, ensuring sustainability, transition investment, and navigating transition. And just next. For the third one is a governance. We understand that inadequate government support, to be sorry for the government here, ineffective collaboration of all parties, ineffective enforcement. Maybe the rules is there, the regulation is there, there's ineffective enforcement, and also ineffective regulation. So that's why we suggest enhancing government support, strengthening public-private partnership, implementing effective enforcement policy, and reforming regulation if necessary. Next. Infrastructure, we identify there's two important: inadequate recycling facilities and technology, inadequate waste management infrastructure. So this is need investing advanced recycling technology as well as improving waste management infrastructure. Next slide, please. And this is the last one is management. We are talking about economic versus environmental issues, ineffective communication, lack of collaboration, government industry, manpower constraint, misalignment policy. I can conclude with one picture, please. Next. Yeah, this is the 18th initiative considered to be reduce plastic waste, especially in the hospitality industry, specifically focus on hotel and restaurant. Very small, and we can share with you the PowerPoint later and the report. Next. We also try to map the alternative of the initiative because we consider there's three indicator to make sure the implementing of the initiative. The first is time. We divide it by classification less than 3 years, and more than 3 years. This is to help to identify the time constraint and also budget. And then the third one is parties involvement, public and user and private entities. Next. This is the result with this figure. You can see how we try to make based on the feasibility, resource requirement, and the complexity of implementation. So we conclude that next, the quick initiative can be implementing effective environment policy. Means from our understanding that in ASEAN still the same like Han mentioned, effective enforcement policy, reforming regulation, and of course build stronger government industry partnership. This is we try to make it the level of this is quick win, and then this is a long-term and high complexity initiative. Of course, need more collaboration with all parties. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you so much. Look forward for discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Alyssa. And I think now have Solomon joining us online.
Yes, Rachel.
Yes, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Please, could you confirm that you can see my screen clearly?
Yes.
Okay. And my voice audible enough? Is it okay, or I should tune it up?
Yes. We can hear you.
All right. Thank you very much, Rachel, and thank you, Center for Southeast Asian Studies, for inviting me to share our key perspectives on enhancing the circular economy model and improving plastic waste management in ASEAN. My name is Solomon Huno. Senior Program Officer at the Waste and Resource Management Cluster of AIT, Regional Resource Center for Asia and Pacific. In the next couple of minutes, I will be recapping probably what our key perspectives are on this subject based on the work that we have been doing in the region, mostly on the science policy interface. Just a quick recap of what the problem is at the policy level. In fact, you will agree with me that plastics have become part of our very daily lives, and it's very ubiquitous in application. And this is underscored by plastics application in various sectors such as chemicals sector, packaging sector, and many different sectors. And as if that is not enough, we have factors like population growth, rapid urbanization, economic prosperity that is happening in ASEAN very fast, at a very fast rate, which is exacerbating the plastic issue. So we find that this multi-sectorial need for plastic use is generating different types of plastics, in fact, at a very higher rate than usual. And we see that because of the multi-sectorial applications, there are differences in the types of plastic streams that come in, and because of the association with the different industries. And we also see that because of that, there is a burden on policymakers and decision makers to actually have a multi-sectorial involvement in decision making, including the different sectors if there is an intervention. And also it introduces complexity in regulatory and institutional frameworks that must be designed, as well as a complexity in infrastructure requirements to handle the different types of plastics from different sectors. And also with that also comes with the innovativeness that is needed for financing mechanisms and instruments to attract the different sectors and different collaborators to be able to support interventions within the individual ASEAN member states. Now, if the estimates are correct that over 31 million tons of plastics are generated within ASEAN annually, and only a very small amount of that is properly managed, then it means by the estimates that close to between $6 and $19 billion per year is attributed to the economic loss caused by plastics, poor management of plastics, and that is substantial. And besides that, also we have challenges with the social impact of plastics, the ecological impact, and the health impacts that plastics pose to us. Now, let's look at it also from a different perspective. With a report that has been published, the Global Waste Management Outlook, the data put together has shown that high-income countries are generating more waste per capita, and this indeed is a cause for worry because it shows unsustainable resource use, and in that sense means that plastic waste generation will increase. And with the recent economic prosperity, of ASEAN, would ASEAN follow the same path, or there needs to be a change in the trajectory? So we are saying, I think you all agree with me, that it is important to decouple economic growth and prosperity from waste generation. Now, that brings us to the call for transitioning from linear to secular models of utilization of resources, and to a far extent, waste management. And we say that it's just like Rachel mentioned earlier, the circular economy actually helps to retain the highest value of materials, and it also supports regenerative systems, as well as helps to bring key benefits related to job creation, resource efficiency, waste reduction, and climate mitigation. Now, if we would have to partner, as my previous presenters mentioned, we have to collaborate with different sectors. Then we have to clearly show the impact of this circular economy model that we are promoting, and to business sectors and investors, that it's not only an ecologically safe ambition that member states want, but also there are benefits related to job creation, resource utilization, waste reduction, and climate change that we are all suffering from. And with these, would like to mention that cities are the center of this transition, because cities are the hub of circular metabolism, where we have a rapid increase in population, and also global energy consumption is very high in cities, and carbon emissions are also high there, and natural resource consumption in cities are high. So one of the leverage areas to consider implementing circular economy has to be with cities. That is not to say that rural areas and peri-urban areas are also not important. And in terms of the policy and regulatory landscape, we find that in terms of circularity and circular economy, ASEAN member states have come far at individual national level, as well as a regional level. And just to reiterate, the previous speakers and keynote speakers have mentioned the key initiatives at the policy level that has been put in place in terms of regional frameworks that have been formulated, and also with regards to plastic circularity. And at national level, we see that different policies and regulatory frameworks within the individual ASEAN member states are really embracing the circular economy principles. And lots of circular economy principles are embedded and policies have been enacted. But the question then is, how do we foster the effective implementation of these policies, and how do we promote the mechanisms to court partnership, and also ensure that these policies are the policy goals are well achieved? So on the ASEAN individual member states level, there is a lot of policy and regulatory provisions that have been developed, and at national level as well. But if we look a bit deeper into the key challenges with the implementations that have been done so far, we see that on a very aggregated level, we have some challenges related to fragmentation of policies and regulatory gaps, as well as institutional misalignments. We have gray areas in the institutional provisions and allocation of responsibilities within institutions. And also, we also have hindrances in investment and cross-border collaborations, where we see that certain private sector, most particularly, require more incentives and also reasons that are very attractive for them to come on board. Then we also understand that there are insufficient collection and sorting, just to add voice to what Professor Hang has presented earlier, and Dr. Risman has mentioned. At the consumer level, the waste generation level, we see that sorting is still a challenge. I think at least segregation at source is still a challenge. Implementation of these policies are still a challenge across the region and in individual member states. And also the infrastructure for informal waste collectors, actually, who play a significant role, at least collecting about 18 to 20% of plastic waste that is generated. We don't see a very aggressive integration within the region, but we have seen efforts and initiatives to acknowledge and also work with the informal sector, who play a crucial role in supporting the formal sector in collecting and returning plastics into the value chain. We also want to stress that some of the challenges are related to consumer behavior and low public awareness. In fact, consumer behavior is at the center of all the designs and the effectiveness that is desired. So, like I said earlier, poor segregation practices and misconceptions about recyclability challenges. Then again, limited involvement with the private sector. Now, when we want to talk about the strategic pathways to accelerate circular economy in ASEAN, we want to focus on put forward innovative public-private partnerships for circular supply chains and circular initiatives. We want to also look into integrating the informal sector, as well as moving towards finding innovative circular business models and financial mechanisms, which I think we cannot use the old regime of doing things, the old knowledge to transition to the circular economy. We need to, find different approaches and innovate in very contextual ways to be able to deliver the desired effects that we want. And we're also looking at possibilities of standardizing existing models like reuse and refill models and deposit return schemes for packaging and food as well as looking at the upstream solutions of working with industry to be able to establish closed loop production systems where companies find the incentive and also see the need to be able to design for recyclability as well as retention of value. And also one key important aspect that we find a lot of gap is the investment in research and knowledge production. I think that we need to generate sufficient evidence to be able to convince collaborators and stakeholders to come on board for the implementation of circular economy. And this we can do by pursuing models like the triple helix models of industry, government, and industry, private sector, and government and research collaborations as well. Then also in terms of infrastructure, we want to recommend financing mechanisms to support recycling hubs and waste to value innovations, as well as pursuing harmonized standards for recyclable materials to attract investments, promote consumer engagement or public engagement as mentioned earlier, and leveraging digital solutions, as well as AI to support data collection and also implementation of a circular economy. And again, I mentioned that behavioral change incentives are at the core of this designs and interventions. So what do we say? ASEAN is at a critical juncture and is transitioning towards a circular economy. As it's not an option for ASEAN, but actually a necessity because of the growth prospects of ASEAN and the rapid urbanization. Government, businesses, and consumers must work together to foster close collaboration and help closed loop design systems. We also want to recommend the need for looking at strengthening policy coherence and devolution. And also that means that we want to be able to translate the policy goals from the national and central government to city and municipalities, local level, with clear targets that must be pursued with action plans. We also want to look at how to scale innovative financing options because clearly waste management is a heavy ticket for government budget, and also to prioritize waste to value solutions. So briefly from our end, these are some of the recommendations and our perspectives. I look forward to a very interesting discussion. Back to you, Rachel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. How much time do we have? 20. Okay. Great. That's lovely. Oh yeah, how about a round of applause for all of our speakers? Really good information. So I'll ask a few questions and then if there's time and we'll open it up to the audience. And if not, we'll have Tom presenting some of their work during the poster session and we'll be here all day. But I want to start with what was going to be my last question, but I think I'll make it my first question, which is, what do you think the ASEAN region or countries within ASEAN look like when it comes to circular economy and plastic waste management in the next 10 years? So what do you think 10 years from now things look like? It can be very idealistic or it can be more realistic, however you're here oriented. I'll open it up to whoever wants to start.
Ladies first.
Thank you. It's quite difficult to talk about the future. However, we have to assume something. Yeah, because in Vietnam in the past, we encouraged people to do the proper waste management, but it was very difficult to succeed. But when we have the very specific regulation, so everything is now aligned with the activity, the behavior, and the awareness of local people. So, like in 5 or 10 years to come, I think that not only Vietnam but also other countries in ASEAN, we should have something like a very common framework for waste management. We can have some like campaigns, or we can have some project like with, as you know, that we get from NIVA and CSEAS, and then we can spread the incentive and also the awareness raising. But for the future, I think, for example, this is the first time to Malaysia, and I can see that from the airport to my hotel and on the road, I can see some garbage bin. You classify all kind of waste, right? And it's similar to Vietnam today, not last year, this year, so in 2025. So we are very close to one another. Yeah, and when I went to Thailand and Cambodia, I can see that you are already have some actually for that one. I talked with yes. And I can see that we have some common problems with the awareness of people. But I think in the future, when all the country, we can have the very common regulation with waste management and also toward the circular plastic economy, then we can reduce the amount of plastic every year. And also we can deal with the plastic giant in Pacific Ocean and something like that. And yeah, now I want to hear some more from Dr. Alyssa.
Thank you. Okay. Imagination of ASEAN, yeah. 10 years. I think ASEAN, we are in the same stages. I don't know Singapore yet. Maybe the rest, we lack of waste management infrastructure. Is the first one. The second one, the same like Solomon. I think like Indonesia case study, we also have issue on the waste segregation, also waste collection, because Indonesia is a huge, and in the geographical, it's very hard to collect the waste from the small island. So these two important, collection and waste segregation, I think also need public awareness, like mentioned, also consumer behavior, and also related to the recycling, because I believe beside the collection, recycling is also important. This is also limited of recycling capacity. Like Indonesia, we are focusing in Java. They have to send it to Java Island from the other island. So this is also cost of the transportation cost is higher. So yeah, they burn the waste better than send to the recycle. So this kind of so many issues, but still opportunity there. I believe now like Indonesia strengthening the EPR, also how to increase the private sector involved in the waste management. There's a lot of initiative in the region. I think not only Indonesia, maybe also in Thailand, how to implement the EPR, like deposit return scheme. There's a lot of startup try to collect by what's the application, so many. But again, need more commitment. So this is consistency, commitment, and of course, government support need more than only, yeah, like mentioned by Solomon, all sectors involved, because this is, we cannot do it alone, we have to do it together. Circular economy, of course, not only recycling, I agree that, yeah, because ASEAN should achieve together with the same platform. Actually, ASEAN already have a framework for circular economy, but maybe from the government side can share how because in ASEAN, for the framework of circular economy under the economic pillar, but environment is under the social culture pillar. So this is also another issue in ASEAN because when it comes to the coordination among the government body is a big challenge. Sorry to say, but this is Indonesia, like Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Industry. So they have different perspective how to talk about plastic issues. So this is one of the challenges. I think that's all from me, Rachel.
Yeah, Solomon?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with Dr. Arisman. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, I think that one of the key things that we can focus on is to look at having a stronger devolution in policy design and implementation. What I mean by that is that we want to see more of the translation of national and central level policy objectives to the local level at the cities and the municipalities where key implementation is happening. So ASEAN can leverage and also move on from the progress that is made so far by strengthening this aspect, as well as also in the work, finding a way to work with the informal sector. Now, if informal sector is collecting about 18% of plastic waste, that means that if we can find a way to work with them and perhaps increase their efficiency, as well as the open up the market for them, we will be able to bring back or recover a significant amount of plastics into the value chain. And also, I think that it is also important to look at partnership with research and also providing clear support and incentives for startups, like Dr. Arisman mentioned, for startups and to develop circular entrepreneurial ecosystems, how they can thrive, how they can work together with government and also with financing, how they can access financing mechanisms to be able to scale up. Then lastly, I would want to suggest the chief of all is the behavior change. We want to have the social aspect of that is the behavioral change, innovation in behavioral change at the center of every policy and also the policy implementation. Why we say this is research has shown that if behavior change has been effected, it introduces a certain level of shift within the upper regime. Sometimes it forces policy to adapt, and also with the landscape influences that we have from the global level, behavior change can be from a bottom-up approach to sort of shift how policies can become more contextual and more effective. So from my opinion, I think that ASEAN can leverage on this to improve and also enhance the progress that has been made far. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think listening to you all, what I'm hearing, and maybe this is different from 5 or 10 years ago, is that the stage has really been set in ASEAN. So the policies are there. The 33 solutions for the hospitality industry are there. The recommendations are there. So, you know, in many ways, the baseline has been set and the stage has been set. So what's needed now is different from what was needed 5 or 10 years ago.
Exactly.
So I guess maybe getting a little bit more into the nitty-gritty, like to some details, right? It's not that we need new policies. It's not that we need maybe to learn as much as we know now, but what kind of, you know, technical capacity, information is still needed to kind of better support ASEAN member states to help advance their current policy frameworks and, you know, ideally for these integrated multi-sectorial circular visions and regional visions for the future. What is actually needed beyond, you know, how can we go more than saying knowledge sharing? What is the knowledge that would at this point be quite useful and quite valuable? Or technical capacity. Whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, perhaps I can take this. I can go first on this.
Sure.
I think some of the challenges that have recurred in a lot of studies has got to do with the burden of the financial burden that waste management has on local government budgets and national local government budgets, and the challenges with respect to technical capacity within the cities and municipalities to be able to innovate solutions in implementing policies. I think these technical capacities are very relevant. If you take an example of EPR that is gaining so much traction within the region, it's more or less not only a way of solving the responsibility for waste, but also it brings a sort of solution for the financing as well. So with that comes the capacity of the regulator to be able to innovatively meander and also coordinate all the organizations involved within a EPR system, just as an example. So this technical capacity, because what we are doing is, for example, for the EPR, which helps to bring plastics back into the value chain, we are changing the operational mechanisms totally. We are transitioning the operational mechanism totally. And we cannot use the old approach of operation of waste management systems to match on to the new approach. So we need capacity building in this regard. We need trainings in this regard for government officers, technical officers, and also with national level officers in how to design policies and monitor the systems to become very effective. And also with regards to accounting for the financial and technosocial aspects of these interventions, we need to transfer knowledge, maybe cross-fertilization of knowledge from Europe or sister countries or within the member states, what works and how we can contextualize this knowledge within cities and municipalities to achieve effectiveness. So from my perspective, that's how I see and what technical capacities are involved to be able to advance circular economy in ASEAN member states.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and I've always agreed that EPR is a sort of the mechanism by which we can do a lot rather than, it's a prescribed avenue for recycling. So I agree with you there. But are there panelists thoughts on technical capacity and information to take ASEAN to the next level?
Thank you, Solomon. For the EPR, I think that is quite popular in all countries in the world, not only in ASEAN and also in Vietnam. But for the technical capacity, I think that for some countries like Vietnam, we need some technical information and also some support from the other donor, like for the how to deal with the plastic waste, especially the low value waste. So in fact, now we have some project funded by the Norwegian Embassy. We deal with the plastic waste in Charming village in Vietnam, and we try to collect all the low value waste, bring it to the cement factory and burn everything. However, during the incineration of plastic waste, we have to deal with some toxic exhaust like dioxin or something like that. So I think that the technical capacity should be not only in words. We should have the trial models for that, and then we have to check whether it works, whether it fits the other environmental regulations, and we have to spread out. We have to teach, or we have to share the lesson learned from the trial models to other sectors, not only in the cement, but also for the like thermal power and also like the building material, something like that. And that is very important to the technical aspect.
Thank you. Dr. Arslan, any thoughts?
Yeah, technical capacity. Actually, in ASEAN 01, we already done several training for the local government in ASEAN. on that time is COVID, yeah, so online. Also related to the how to get the data for river monitoring, river pollution. So I think that time we get a share from expert from IPA because IPA have an expert on water research, so especially river, lake, and ocean. So that's why data I think is important for the local government to trace the leakage to the river and then end it in the ocean. I believe all local government already have data. Maybe need more integration database. As we know that now we have a big data AI and everything. Yeah, yeah. I think I agree with Han. Now many technical capacity based on the donors. I think ASEAN government should put a budget for technical capacity because technical capacity should be continuous program, not only one shot, like 1 year, 2 years. So many funding already, not only Norway, I mean, also you mentioned World Bank, but yeah, when it comes to the infrastructure, financial mechanism, so this is another issue. Yeah, I think that's my perspective.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. How much money? We're done? Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you all so much. Thank you to our speakers and thank you guys for being a lovely audience. And we'll be here to talk more about our research and our findings. And thank you to Solomon for joining us online.
Sure, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are enjoying the discussion so far. We are now moving on to our second session of the day, and the theme of this session is plastic waste management strategies in Asian member states. To kick off this session, I would like to invite our respected panelists to the stage. They bring wealth of knowledge and experience in the field of environmental sustainability and waste management. Our respected panelists for this session include Ms. Vararin Wongpanich, Biodiversity Research Specialist from the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, DMCR, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental, Thailand. And our second panelist, Dr. Lee Sopanya from Ministry of Environmental, Cambodia. And our third panelist, Dr. Nazri Yahaya, former Chairman, Environmental Quality Council from Ministry of Environment and Water Malaysia. And to guide us through this session, please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Fauzia Sahul Hamid, Head of Center for Research and Data, University of Malaysia. Right, Assalamualaikum. Very good evening to everyone. Again, thank you very much for still being here. All right, so we are going to continue with the next session. It's getting more and more interesting, I believe so. Okay, so this particular session is on plastic waste management strategies in ASEAN member states. Okay, so we have three excellent panelists here with a lot of knowledge to share. So for the first round, we are going to allow each of the panelists to share their interesting thoughts first, okay, for 10 minutes. And then after that, we will open the session for a discussion. All right, and you're welcome to ask a question to the panelists. All right, without further ado, I would like to invite Ms. Vararin Wongpanich from the Biodiversity Research Center, okay, Department of Marine and Coastal Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, Thailand.
Thank you very much, moderator. And good evening. Oh no, good afternoon. Yeah, a little bit exciting. Yeah. Okay, and as our excellent moderators introduced, my name is Rani Mokhanit. I am from the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources of Thailand. And then next, please. And today I'm going to talk about the current status of the plastic waste and mobility in Thailand, and also about the management of them and the challenge and initiative that Thailand has conducted. Next, please. And Thailand has shared the same challenge and problem with the other ASEAN member states, that the increasing of the number of the population, and also very rapid urbanization, and also more people, more consumption. Next. And like the latest data from our pollution control department, in 2023, there are proper managed on the solid waste about 70%, let's say, and the other 30% we still need to pay more attention. And the proper managed ones go for properly disposed, and some go for the recycling. That you can see that I still have a room of recycle that we need to increase. Next, please. And also when we look deep to the solid waste, that the plastic waste situation from 27 million ton is about 3 million ton. That's the plastic waste. And most of them is a single-use plastic, like a plastic bag that you would use for carry some food or everything from the department store or from the supermarket. And like in ASEAN, we have a fresh market, and then we can get a lot. Sometimes it's more than your finger to carry all the plastic bag and some plastic cup or plastic straw, and also polystyrene foam that we use for our food or food. And from that one, 25% is going for reuse, and 72% is disposed in the landfill, and there are still some 3% that remain in the environment. Next, please. And when this is the activity that done by my department, we collect the data from the litter, and you can see that this is something like the most item that we found during the activity, and totally is about 3 million pieces of this litter. Let's say it's just only my department, that is not total the litter in Thailand. It's just the Department of Marine and Coastal Resources activity that try to survey how many of the litter and what the composition of the litter. And 9 from 10 is the plastic and its relatives. It's comprised about 94%. Next, please. And we do also the survey of the what we call floating debris along the river mouth in Thailand. And plastic still be the main actor in the waste composition. This next, please. And because of the plastic, what we call, we talk about the one health framework, that how the plastic impact to the human health, environment health, and the animal health. Like when we throw it in the water, and then it's consumed by a little organism, and then eat by the higher trophic level, and then it will end up to our stomachs too. Next, please. And also my department. Okay, thank you. And my department also study about the impact of the marine debris to the marine life. and we found out that something like 30% is the cost of the animal standing in Thailand. Totally almost 1,000 cases of the standing animal. The dominant one is sea turtle, and later on by the what called dugong, dolphins, and some cartilaginous fish, and by sea turtle, 170 engage the plastic in their body, and 80 about entanglement with some rope or net. And also for the dugong, most of them impact by encasing the plastic in their stomach. And we also study about the marine debris in the coral reef ecosystem and found something like 1,000 pieces, but the composition of the debris that remain in the coral reef is the rope or the let's say fishing net that remain in the ecosystem. Next, please. And then I think you may familiar with this figure because Thailand so proud to present in every meeting that we have a 20 years roadmap on plastic waste from 2018 to 2030. And then from the roadmap, we go for the action plan that we separate in phases, something like 5 years per phase. The first phase already part that we have a reducing of plastic waste at source and reducing some single-use plastic like a plastic bag in that we collaborate with the big department store, and then the post-consumption plastic waste management. And after we finish the first phase, and then we evaluate, and then we go for the second phase of action plan. We start from 2023 and will end at 2027. That we focus on the life cycle of plastic management and waste hierarchy management, and also we try to apply EPR that everybody said that is a kind of mechanism that can facilitate or accelerate the action on plastic waste management. And also we try to the measure for this action plan is to produce ecological friendly product and also sustainable consumption, and to reduce the marine plastic waste. Next, please. And for the action plan phase 2, there are 4 targets. The first one is reduce 100% of target plastic waste. You can see that we cannot say 100% of plastic waste. We have to select some target plastic that we can handle. How to say that it means that reduce 100% of target plastic waste to the landfill by 2027, and then after we reduce, we can recover 100% of target plastic product to recycling system. And the third one is to reduce 50% of plastic waste to leakage to the sea by 2027 also. And the target 4 is ensure available of 2 of the plastic waste management. Next, please. And like this is the vision of the action plan, moving toward to sustainable plastic management by circular economy. That we can divide it into upstream management, midstream, and downstream. And now we also try to develop a two-all mechanism in order to help the waste management, like eco-mark or key label, or create a digital platform for recycle and research and development. Next, please. And then there are 4 measures that I mentioned. This is to produce of the ecological friendly product and reduce the use of single-use plastics, and also the post-consumption plastic management. And the last one, this is marine litter management. measure number 4 is we work together with PCD in order to reduce the number of marine plastic or marine litter enter to the sea. And also our finding or our survey can be information to echo the policy for the PCD. Next, please. And also, just only my department, we create like a 5-year action plan for marine debris management that to guide us how to work on the marine plastic debris. First objective is to prevent and reduce waste at the source that contribute to marine litter and prevent and reduce waste from entering the sea and removing the marine litter from the sea. The next is. And we try to increase the waste collection from source to sea by the public awareness and increasing the public awareness. Second, to utilize innovation to assist waste collection and international coastal cleanup day and also research and monitoring. Next, please. And also, like you can maybe know about the MAPO and Thailand by Marine Off Department, they try to to amend or enact some regulation and law to support the MAPO. Next, please. And this the target that I already mentioned. Next, please. And then some innovation. We start from a simple one, maybe similar with the supposter outside. We use a garbage boom and also a trap net and also CCTV. And quite technology is the interceptor. I think Indonesia also has one. Next, please. And the challenge is the share the same with the other member states that waste segregation practice from source. And then the sustainable packaging management legislation. And one initiative that we try to do is because we are a tourism country, and we try to have a pilot study in the Koh Tao Island. That is island in the south of Thailand to apply the value chain for the tourism industry like EPR and waste management hierarchy. Next, please. Okay, sorry for overtime.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bavary. Okay, there's a lot of interesting information we can gain from the talk just now. Next, let's invite Dr. Lee from the Ministry of Environment, Cambodia, to share his thoughts for 10 minutes on yourselves.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Isman, for inviting me to be here. And also all relevant stakeholders for organizing and hosting this CUCAN meeting. So today I'm going to present about plastic waste management in Cambodia, but like give an overall snapshot on solid waste management because mainly plastic is together with overall solid waste, and 20% of which constitute within the overall plastic waste in Cambodia. So let's begin with the global context. So you may history begin this let can say wood and stone age, and then there come after that the next slide please, ceramic and steel. And after that, during the second half of the 20th century, next time please, there come the mass production of plastic, and that production it overtake that of the steel. So we can say that we are in the age, not stone age or steel age. And next slide please. So it can be witnessed by seeing these figures. So from early can say 19th century to today's, there is like you can dramatically grow of global plastic productions to approximately 400 million tons. And by that, you see that there is like a huge amount of waste managed plastic ending up in the sea. And from this, we can zoom in. As the previous speaker mentioned, that ASEAN's countries significantly to global plastic production and also plastic waste. As you can see in this figure, the high, right? Previous slide, please. The highest waste plastic waste generation into the sea by ASEAN people per capita, ranging from almost 0.10 kilogram per person to over 1 kilogram per person, up to 5 kilograms to some extent. So this is a huge amount, and what ASEAN need to do next. And by that we look into on next slide, please. The GDP and waste generations. So we all know that when a country is developed, it tends to produce more waste, right? So to some extent, somehow, some country the GDP is not high. However, the waste generation is high. So it's contradictory to the fact that when GDP is high, waste also high. So let's have a look at Cambodia. The GDP is like around $2,000 per person, and then the waste generation is approximately 300 kilograms per year. So this is so you can note that what is behind this data, whether it's because of lack of policy or regulation or law enforcement, or due to consumption pattern or behavior of human perception regarding plastic use. Next slide, please. So this is the overview on collective use for solid waste in Cambodia, and generally around 70% of waste is collected. So roughly, Cambodia generates like around 4 to 5 million tons per year of solid waste, and 20% of which is plastic. So in this case, we can see around like 30% of waste is not well managed, and mostly it end up in the rivers and then eventually into the sea. Next slide, please. So now let us look at key stakeholders in the solid waste. So like Dr. Risman has mentioned that there are to some extent overlapping regarding the functionality or responsibility of national institutions regarding plastic waste or solid waste management in general. So key important agency regarding solid waste management in Cambodia is Ministry of Environment and Ministry of course Economic and Finance. They are the important body, and then even though the Ministry of Environment responsible for managing solid waste, however, when it comes to landfill design or operations, its responsibility is the Ministry of Public Works and Transportation. So it's like we do not have like to some extent not have clear functionality that it is complex and difficult to operate. Next slide, please. So we have a law on environmental protection which has been passed in 1996, and recently the government promulgated a code on environment and natural resources that is rather more complex and most comprehensive law that combining all related laws is in Cambodia together regarding natural resources. And yes, Cambodia have a sub-degree on solid waste management, and we also have a developed national action plan on about taking marine litter, and now drafting national action plan on for plastic pollution. And under the new government mandate, we have adopted circular strategy on environment, focusing on green, clean, and sustainable and I will explain further in the next slide. So this is just a short description of each legislations. Importantly, I want to identify stress that we have like subsidiary 168 that place importance on addressing solid waste management, and in particular subsidiary 168 on plastic waste management, and we even find like citizens when they go to the market, especially in supermarket, if you need plastic bag, you need to pay something like this, and the people are willing to pay. And next slide, please. Next one, please. So we are also adopting a subsidiary on single-use plastic as well as EPR. We are working on it, and hopefully within this year we can finalize these two important subsidiaries. Next slide, please. And as I just mentioned that within this new mandate, we just adopted such strategy on environment, focusing on clean, green, and sustainable. On the clean triangle, we aim for clean Cambodia, in water, on land, and in the air as well. So on land and in water, we have like the minister have like establish a series of campaigns like today I thought just participate with active involvement from all Cambodians. I think around like 10 million people, more than half of Cambodian, and then they like showing commitment to not using plastic bags, and because we have already educated people for many years. So this KB want to see their commitment, and now and the next phase it is about like how they are willing to do it, and at least once every year within the community they go out and collect plastic bags, and try to avoid using plastic bag, because right now maybe it's also the same in ASEAN countries. There is a trend of drinking coffee, right? So it is very convenient just go to the coffee shop and then have a cup of coffee in the morning, or at least to some people maybe have two, right? 2 cups of coffee. Yeah. So this has resulted in like a huge amount of plastic, right? Waste generation into the environment. And as a result, just within like one year and a half, we can see a significant decrease in the import of plastic into Cambodia, up to 50% of the plastic production into Cambodia. We still keep doing it every day, and hope that hopefully after introducing a single-use plastic and EPR subsidiaries, we can successfully addressing the plastic waste issue. And even they have like a strong regulation and law, still we face some challenges on, as I mentioned, on responsibility in general. First one is policy. We have good policies. However, when it comes to implementation, it's a different story. In the lack of enforcement, the participation on this, and also data management. We seem like the data is fragmented here and there, something like this. So especially in the subnational, at the subnational level, it's difficult for us to track those the flow of the plastic. And institutional arrangement and capacity. As I mentioned, we need to confirm specific partiality of each relevant institutions. Next slide, please. And yeah, finance is also important thing, and public-private partnership as well as a public-private and EBR. We haven't introduced the EBR yet, so we don't know how it will challenge Cambodia when it comes to practice. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned, under the clean strategy, we have launched different series of campaigns. We have launched clean toilet up campaigns. So why toilet up? Like because during the six Greater Mekong sub-region held in Phnom Penh in September last year, Cambodia have proposed like a Phnom Penh declaration that focus on combating on plastic pollutions, aiming to reduce the plastic within the Mekong region and sub-Mekong region. And because the Tonle Sap Lake is connected to the Mekong River, so that's why we focus on the clean Tonle Sap Lake. It is like the beating heart of the Mekong that millions of people livelihood depends. So that's why the minister launched a campaign to clean Tonle Sap Lake, and we have many relevant stakeholders that work on these issues, like trapping plastic flow in through its main relevant tributaries into the lakes. And next slide, please. So here come to the conclusion and way forward. So plastic waste management remain challenge in Cambodia, and to address it in the near future through like close collaboration with local stakeholders, including private sector, local communities, as well as at the traditional level. We hope that we can more or less significantly reduce plastic. And if we cannot reduce plastic in the future, maybe please do not think plastic as an enemy. Maybe we need to introduce like biodegradable plastic, and considering that why natural pollution like natural waste is not a pollution, and come to plastic waste is pollution. And thank you. That's all for my presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Yeah, there are a lot more interesting story coming up. Okay, so now let's call upon Dr. Nazri bin Yahya, the former chairman of the Environmental Quality Council from the Ministry of Environment and Water Malaysia, to give his thoughts on this matter. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I talk today. I don't know that. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Now, my point of discussion today concentrate on these three. Yeah? But before we go into that, I'd like to put in a proper perspective where Malaysia took a different route. The route on solid waste management. Before 2007, as Cambodia now, you have municipal council, municipal addressing solid waste. 2007, the government made a major decision to federalize solid waste management, which means only one department taken care of it. There is Department of National Solid Waste. Local authorities, state have to forego the management of solid waste. But because in Malaysia it's a federation with 30 states and one, we have to go to talk to the state. You want us to handle or you want to handle? Out of the 30 states, only 7 said yes, federal government handle. The rest said we want to handle. Why we want to do that? Because we want to make sure there is a structured ways, a standardized procedure of collection, transportation, disposal, and treatment of solid waste. So that's where the scenario is different from other ASEAN country and many countries of the world. Because many of the countries of the world, local authority still manage solid waste, yeah? Malaysia no. Except for state. They do their own. Sabah, Sarawak, Penang, Perak, and Selangor. Recent development is that Selangor wants to come in to let federal handle it. To handle it. But issue is in Malaysia, two things come together: federalization and privatization. You privatize the collection of waste. So some states says they want to federalize, they want to have the power of enforcement to the federal, but they insisted that they do the collection. They said no, either two or none. That's why the six says no. But they still want to be able to handle solid waste on that because they have the opportunity or the power to appoint collection contractors. See? If federal, they don't have powers into that. So that's where. Now next, okay. Can you see the studies? Studies was done in 2011 to 2013. That's when the National Solid Waste Department is established. 2007. It takes about 4 years to do. So when the departments take over, so how to manage solid waste and particular plastic waste, you don't have data. You need to have data. You know how your strategies cannot work. So during the department existence, they engaged two studies. Yeah? There is studies in plastic waste management of Malaysia. So they found out 2 metric ton of resin in the plastic industry, 45% for packaging. For packaging, see how the slanted 45% packaging. And then out of that, HDPE, LDP, 20%, 24% of it. And also PET, PT, and PP, 30%. That means the resin that's used in the plastic industry caters for all this. The studies also said that plastic waste is 11% of solid waste. Until now, just 30%. Ours is 11% of solid waste. That was 2011. Then we came out into industrial cycle. That one is very minor. So we come out with a massive study on solid waste composition beginning in June 2023. Yeah? And here we found out that solid waste management was generated of this, 33,000 metric ton per day. Per day. And out of that, plastic is 13.2%. Yeah, 13. One thing the studies identified is diapers. We don't know that diapers is huge. So he was wondering why is so huge, 12.8%. Then you ask another question, is this old man diapers or young man diapers? If old man diapers, we are in big trouble. Because there is a lot of old men in Malaysia is sick. That's where this data is important, not to be used by the department, but also Ministry of Health. So they know, right? And the recycling rate is 9.7%. Recycling rate, plastic. Next, this is the data. You see, can you see there? So that is the plastic is there is 33 here, and here 25.5. That is from the ICI. ICI is not the pin, institutional, commercial, and industrial. So you see, industrial waste 21.8, commercial 22.8, and industrial 39.1% plastic. So with this data, then your strategy and your action plan can be directed. Who are the countries? Then you can make a good policy action plan when to address, who to address. And so to us, data is important. But remember, I was saying 33,000 per metric ton per day, per year, per day. We expected an average growth, you see, 3% per year of solid waste. But then after 3 years, the department comes to operation, it's not 3%. In a way, it goes 6%. It goes higher. So So now the government engaged another study, the same studies, a continuation, which is more detailed. The study is expected to finish by February this year. Another study. Then we will see whether the diapers increase, plastic increase, recycling increase. Last time we don't have the construction and demolition waste. No CD. The next one is CD. Because Malaysia is growing, we have a lot of development structure. So we want to know where does this what construction waste goes to, because they can be reused, but we don't know where they go on. It's like plastic. It's like bottles. Okay, bottle. I scratch my head. I don't know where it goes, because the industry they want to recycle bottle, they couldn't find it. I couldn't find it in the country. I also, when I was the director general of that department, was like I also don't know where it goes. So that is bottle. Right? Can and plastic can have no issues, because why? Can have a value. Very expensive for the sector also. The household, they sell to the vendors, the informal sectors. They get it. You can find in our bins can, plus aluminum can. I think in Thailand, people sell it off very expensive. Bottle also you can find inside the bins, because they sell off, but you can find in the rivers. In the rivers and the sea. That's why our colleague mentioned you have the lock boom, you have this boom before it goes to, so you must stop before it goes into the sea. You stop at the riverside, yeah? Okay. Next. This is where I want to look to two roadmaps only, yeah? Two roadmaps, yeah? These two. The economy, when I was in the government way back in the 2000, we never heard of circular economy. We know only cradle to grave, cradle to cradle. Cradle to grave is linear, cradle to cradle is circular. But as you know, cradle to cradle is not sexy. So they did no circular economy. More sexier, or you put the importance of economic part, but it's the same. Circular, cradle to cradle, yeah? So now, when we do this roadmap, at first in 2018, 2030, they are addressing the SUP, single-use plastic. But the funny thing is, doing with this roadmap, it's not under Ministry of Housing and Local Government or Department of National Solid Waste. Although I said just now, everyone focus, but that is under Ministry of Environment. They do plastic. But under the Act, the authority is Ministry of Housing. Under the Act, there's a Solid Waste and Public Housing Act. Yeah. So now, this roadmap, they put what they call it, their targets. Yeah. They want to have roadmap to zero plastic, zero SUP. Yeah. Single-use plastic laws. There is 20. Yeah. My eyesight is failing me. Yeah. But then during that 2018, it's a CSEAS coming up, CSEAS, Technical Garden Regional Corporation. You see, regional corporation, marine debris. Malaysia, not like Thailand or Laos, you have very specific. You address marine debris very strongly. Malaysian, we address the land-based. Actually, marine debris is land-based. It comes from the land, goes to the sea. But if you handle the land-based issues, then we hope to settle the marine debris. But then it doesn't work so much. I think Thailand and Cambodia go further than us now for the marine debris. So these are 2018 that we did. We have done. CSEAS is important. Right? I heard just now, in solid waste management, technology is not an issue. It's not a rocket science. Incineration is not rocket science. What do you call it? Finance from nature is also not so much an issue. The issue is, like you said, attitude, mindset. I just cannot get over mindset. A lot of people, you ask Malaysia, you know what 3R? Everybody says they know 3R. What you do? We know only, but we don't do. But the excuse is always, you all where to put, no time to collect, how to put. That's the basic. And so that's where, to me, for solid waste and plastic waste, it's a mindset. Unless we are human, kan, you put value on that, sure it works. And that time it worked, but we didn't have a value on that. You put a value on bottle. In Malaysia, last time in the older days when I was small, we collected bottles can at the sundry shop. You bring the bottle, no, it's fizzle out. Yeah. Okay, next. Okay, that is 2016 kan. Now 2022, widespread uptake of bio bag nationwide, plastic bag, legal framework in place, federal policy. Yeah, we were supposed to do that. 22. 2026, we extended the scope beyond other single-use plastic. Yeah, we got that. Now we were supposed to come out the 2027 regional marine implementation report under this roadmap. Then 2030, we hope it happen 2027, 2030. So if we have that, then we can share with other ASEAN member countries how we address marine debris. So I was saying, now it's 2025. You got a 220. If they're not done so, UM can suggest a proposal. If they don't know, because I'm out of the government already almost 8 years. Maybe they've done much. But when I Google, I still couldn't find it. So you read data. See, the challenges is lack of awareness, low recycling rate, high cost predictable, and alternatives. People say you want to use recyclable bag, but then it's more expensive than a normal bag. I don't know, in Thailand it's more expensive. It's more expensive. So people who want to use that very expensive. So the dollar sign is there. If it can lower the cost of biodegradable, I think the plastic one issues. But then again, theoretically, the recycling rate depend on that plastic is original. I mean, not biodegradable, because biodegradable is starch based, is carbon based, but that one is petrochemical based. So you can do recycling. You can get the energy from that. So our recycling industry got a headache. You see how to differentiate a biodegradable and how to come up. So that's an issue. Okay, next. Sorry, next. Yeah. Now, we got the plastic strategy roadmap 2021, 2030. Same. I think similar to Thailand just now. Roadmap. You have also 10 year, 2021, 2030. So we said the most important thing is that designing of place and population. The design, the packaging. That's important. And so that, see, problematic and acid plastic are phased out upfront. This is what the roadmap says. Plastic at the end of life cycle are designed to be reused. See, the design is important. The design, recycle, dispose, and then dispose in a sanitary way. So I think Singapore has gone further than us because they got the packaging agreement where they have the elements. They are a bit more advanced than Malaysia. Packaging agreement Singapore. So for you, okay, next. Now, you see, when circularity, we can say a lot of things about CE, but that lack of integration in corporate decision making, the lack of awareness, responsible consumption among consumer, consumer price shifted to alternative product, and the market sentiment limited responsible involvement of minorities SMEs. These are the challenges that has been identified under their roadmap. Challenges. They put actually more than these. But I just take the most important one. Okay, next. Okay. Okay. 1, 2 slide. Then the roadmap. You see all the year. 2025 is this year. Yeah. This year. Then 2030 there's a full mandatory packaging. Packaging. Minimum threshold recycled packaging. R&D was to do R&D, check our packaging, how much percentage of recyclables are there. If there is 1% or something, so there's 225. 2030, setting minimum resale content for construction and also vehicle. No, Malaysia is going to this vehicle and light vehicle scheme. They were talking about last 3 years. They want to come out where the vehicle is recycled the parts. That's what European countries, Japanese students. So these are things. So for universities who do arena, check all this date and check whether how you can contribute. Last, next. Action plan. These are the action plan lah ya. Antara macam time kan. EPR jasa kaki, EPR, phasing out, mandating sustainable design. Improving plastic recovery is easy. Because as mentioned just on the X72, it was to have mandatory separation at source. At our school, we have to separate lah. Who's in KL? Did you do that? Or did you? Oh, that's good. So, most of you in Selangor don't have that. They don't have the access. Now, setting international content for packaging. I think it's important for us. The 45% of our resin goes to packaging. Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Doctor. Right. So you see there are a lot of stories to share, and then we can learn a lot from each other. So we don't have that much time.
10 minutes.
Just 10 minutes more left. Is there any burning question from the floor? Okay, the very end there. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask the question. First of all, thank you to the panel for their very interesting presentations. I'm Yilu. I'm from Center for International Law, National University of Singapore. My question is, so before the negotiation of the Global Plastic Treaty, all these national action plans were already in place. So this national action plans were kind of have been already in the background alongside with the global negotiation of the plastic treaty. So I'm wondering, in Malaysia, in Thailand, in Cambodia, for domestic discussions, are there any discussions about how to bridge all these already existing national action plans, including circular economy, including plastic waste management, how to bridge all these existing national action plans to the happening negotiation for the plastic treaty, and also when the treaty is finally, hopefully, being concluded, what will be the bridging of the implementation with both at the international level, regional level, and also for the national action plans.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think maybe Dato should start first.
The approaches in Malaysia for international negotiation, the global one, yeah, we will check all existing law, regulation, policy in place. If it's in place, then it's easier for us to conform to the international, like global law. If not, we'll check first what is needed under the global framework that we have to build into our, what they call it, law regulation. That only usually during our time, usually then when we are very confident that we can implement what the international negotiation asks us to do, then we subscribe to it. We put in place our domestic law regulation if we have some. If we don't have, then we look into the framework of that global agreement. Where does it needs to be? What needs to be done when we subscribe to that? If we don't have the capacity, then we might slow on first, slow and put on hold for year to year to put our plan in place. Then we come. If not, you get penalized for nothing. So you must be prepared. That's how we do it that way during that time. I hope it's done now. Oh, you got the.
Yeah. In the case of Thailand, there are several meetings among the government agencies and the private sector on this issue. And luckily that we start to for quite a number of ideas that to discuss how country can apply or how can country can prepare ourselves for the negotiation issue. And then actually in my idea, the issue that discussed in the global level is how to say, we also shape that discussion. And in the same time, there are some issues that the global ask us to do, like the professors mentioned. I mean that we will check whether we can act now or we have to discuss why we cannot do it. And then if we would like to go or align with the global trend, how can we do that? I mean, if the private sector said that we lack of something, no financial mechanism and no knowledge. Okay, the central government will step in and maybe to apply some support or even invite or apply for the global fund in order to help the private sector in our country.
Yes, thank you for these important questions. So for Cambodia, not very different from Malaysia and Thailand. So during the meeting and global treaty, we will see whether it also align with our policy or existing framework or legislations and also our governmental directions. So if we are heading the same direction, we will agree to this framework. And to some extent, in general, global treaty does not require the country to reach at this level, that they was in terms of like what's called recycled plastic or something like this. It just want to just require commitment from member countries. So and then when we see that there are benefits of joining those kind of agreements, so we are willing to join, and they will like classify into different categories and also based on the capacity and also capability of the member countries. For example, right now Cambodia are doing like national plastic inventories, working with UNEP under the global partnership on plastic pollution and marine litter. So this is just like an early stage for Cambodia, but some countries already advanced to national roadmap, something like this. So maybe we join, but it's also based on our capability as well. It's like a climate change commitment agreement as well. It's like like nationally commitment and national it means commitment something like this. Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Do we still have time? 4 minutes. 4 more minutes. Okay. Maybe later. I think. Yeah, I think everybody has too many questions to ask, especially to the government. All right. So I'm sorry, we only have 4 minutes left. So to wrap up, maybe I can just ask each of the panelists to share the last point brought back or points to be to keep on pondering about. For 1 minute, each panelist can share the final thoughts. Maybe let's start first.
For us to go back on solid waste management, in particular plastic waste. As I mentioned much earlier, how to put value on it. How to put value. If it's solid, everything that has put value is not waste. It comes back to the cycle that economic cycle there. And also, I heard just now about the waste to energy. Waste to energy for incineration of this plastic, other waste. There's also a point to ponder. For Malaysia, under the blueprint, waste to energy is part and parcel of circular economy. But some country is not part of the because they say they burn out the plastic, it doesn't come back. But for us, when you burn, it change into energy, electricity. So the ash become that's on the whole value on that. How correction? I think you can do it. Sorting that. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So from my perspective, I think I believe that we are heading in good direction regarding plastic waste management because I can see that all ASEAN countries have developed like a national circular economy, and maybe in the near future we can have like a unified regional circular economy addressing plastic waste. And my last comment is that so as I mentioned that when we cannot deal with plastic, so probably we need to invest on research and development how can be developed biodegradable plastic at a lower price. So like 20 years ago, we see that the price of solar panel, right, was very expensive. Then as of now, it is going to decrease. So probably in the future, we can have a good price of biodegradable plastic. And as I mentioned, why is just in the view of plastic, we consider it is a pollution in nature. And then natural pollution is not pollution, like a degrees of forest something like that. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
My last, it's mean when you look to all the panelists, maybe they say that okay, we lack of solar things, but that lacking or how to solve the problem, you have to start looking for funding or looking for any innovation. But the easy way is to change your behavior. It's very easy because you start from yourself and very low investment. I mean, because and then this can be like a chain to the other problem. I mean, you segregate at source at your home, and then reduce the burden to the landfill or to municipal or even to the central government. And also, it cannot just only change the behavior. I mean, research and development is still really necessary how to invest or produce and something like eco design or eco friendly material, something like that. But and you can see that behavior or public awareness is really important. But it's easy. I mean, it's easy. Just start from yourself.
Okay, thank you very much, all the panelists. I think we have a very, interesting discussion. So what we can conclude from this session is that, well, government play a very, very important role. So okay, everybody needs them to answer questions. All right. But of course, each of us have to play our own roles. Okay. So in another word, when we talk about circular economy, respect the resource, right? Okay, thank you very much. And we will start with it. Thank you very much for all panelists and also moderator, Dr. Fauzia. I would like to thank to everyone also for active participation, and we will now to take a short break for refreshment, allowing for networking and also interaction among participants. During the break, there will be a poster presentation in the front of this room, where you can explore a new idea and research. Feel free to engage with the presenters and share the insight with the presenters. Also, additionally, for Muslim wishing to perform their prayers, the prayer room is located on the 3rd level. And for participants who have not completed the registration, please proceed the registration counter during the coffee break. And also, we hope all participants will be back in this room by 4 4:30 p.m. Because we still have the third session. Thank you very much and enjoy your break.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you all enjoyed your tea. You did? Yeah. I'm sure you forgot what happened in session 1 and session 2. So I'm going to get you back into it by bringing some more facts to you all. A few scientific facts, yeah? The first one is, of all the plastics created by human beings, 79% has reached landfills or is around us in nature. 12% has been incinerated, and less than 10% has been recycled. Okay, point number 1. Second point for us to remember is every year more than 430 million metric tons of new plastics are produced. The third point, 88% of our marine species are affected by plastic, not long before the next 12%. In 2019 alone, GHG emissions equal from plastics, yeah? GHG emissions from plastics equal 189 coal-fired power plants. This is just from plastics. From a manufacturing perspective, it takes 185 liters of water to make 1 kilo of plastic. Plastic-related GHG emissions may represent 15% of GHG emissions by 2050. See, why I'm saying this is because human beings have been accused of the following plastic economic model. We take, we make, we use, we dispose. And then I wanted to add something to it. So after we dispose, we forget, and then we repeat. We take, we make, we use, we dispose, we forget, and we repeat. So this is what we have been doing. So in order to give you what the industry is going to do from the private sector side, we have 3 panelists today. And without further ado, I'd like to invite Mrs. Santini Suryati, Corporate Quality Assurance Manager, PT Namatsindro Plus, Indonesia.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. Hi everyone, selamat petang semuanya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank you to Mr. Arsman from CSEAS Indonesia to invite us today. I'm delighted to be here for sharing about our experience about the sustainability packaging for plastic circular economy. Let me introduce myself. My name is Santi Suryati. I have been joining with this company since 2002. My responsibility for quality assurance, R&D, and then sustainability program. And before I start talking about our circular economy programs, here a little bit information regarding our company profile. PT Namatsindro Plus, located in West Java, Indonesia, was established 2001 as a producer for beverage plastic packaging and also produce for RPET. And our vision to be the best integrated and sustainable plastic industry companies in Indonesia. We have factories in some cities in Indonesia, more than 100 customers. Next, in here our products, for jug and one package with cap also. We produce for closure, for any type. Produce also for the PP cup, for mineral water. And today I'm talking about the PET. We produce for people and also make it to be in new bottles. And then here our sustainability products, recycled PET for food grade. Next. Okay, today I'm talking about the sustainability plastic packaging. As we know that waste packaging, waste plastic, especially, it becomes a complex and seriously problem, not only in my country, but in global, I think. Next slide, please. And based on data, plastic packaging we contribute 60% total in packaging material. And then more 80% come from rigid plastic or solid plastic. That's why our company, as a producer for rigid plastic, should be concerned about circular economy. Next, and here our program for sustainability plastic initiative, innovation, and collaboration. Next. First, I'm talking about the initiative. Here our milestone. That's 18 years ago, to 2007, we start produce for RPG. Maybe at the time, not many stakeholders thought about the circular economy. So in 2013, the government appointed us for the pilot model to create circular economic models in Indonesia. And finally, 2017 was launched for national standard, especially for RPET by government and followed by other regulation, example for food safety standard in Indonesia. So we can declare that we are the pioneer for RPET in Indonesia for food grade. Next. Since our background for the plastic industry, we have two other initiatives for zero waste, maybe reuse internal plastic packaging, saving energy, and next we will hear about the PET recycle process. Next. Here, our RPT process, how we can collect the waste PET bottle post-consumer. We collect from any sources and then send it to collection centers. In collection center, we will be processed become a cold wash flex in our partner, and we have many collection in several cities in Indonesia. Of course, the collection center is under our control for quality or standard. And then the flags sent to our factories, we will produce with 3 steps. 3 steps is hot wash flags. Maybe it's called with the alkali wash process, and then extrusion process to make it to be a pellet. Final process, we use the high technology SSP, solid state polycondensation, to make it purification and then become a food grade resin. Finally, the resin is ready sent to our customer or our internal process to making the bottles. Of course, during process, we concern about quality because this is for food grade. Next. Here, example for our product information, how we can create the resin food grade. We make it clear and then mix resin. And then we have completely laboratory facility to checking for the chemical analysis maybe and then physical analysis. To completely checking its mass to make sure for quality. Next. And second program, innovation. Of course, because we concern about the circular economy in plastic packaging, and we produce RPG bottle to bottles. We have other program for innovation, lightweight packaging example. Lightweight packaging is follow updating design. It's more thin, but I think it's same functional with before. It's more eco-friendly for packaging. Next, PCR content, of course, how we can create innovation for D4R, design for recycle. and also upcycle for products or diversification products is use our internally reject process. So we have goals for the zero waste. So we produce for the diversification products, the other products. Next innovation, cool plus technology. Yes, cool plus technology is the meaning we have the newest technology, updating to the technology for saving energy. And last, implant model. Implant model is a collaboration with our customer. So it's shortcut for transportation costs. We have machine in customer. And next, here's came for the RPG battles. We use the RPG with internal process is mixing together with the virgin original material or the 100% RPG. It's different. It depends on our customer requirements or our goals. And maybe you can see for the conversion CO2, resin, virgin, and or RPG. RPG have the more low CO2 than the virgin. So it can make the efficiency or saving energy also. Next. Example for diversification or upcycle product in internal our process. Next. And then last program, making collaboration. Build the community is important with stakeholders through our program, our CSR program. With collaboration with government, of course, NGO, association, and West Bank appointed by government or private sector only. And then waste management, like startup in Indonesia is a work for the startup waste management as mentioned last month before. And then it's important collaboration with our customers. Next. And how we collecting chance of collecting models. Maybe before we collecting starting from scavenger, collector, collection center, and after that our company is many layer. But at this time, we collaboration with the West Bank, NGO, startup waste management like this, and then send to collection center and send to our factory. Here I will have many. Oh, okay. Sorry. Next slide. Next slide. Nah. Okay, the last. Already. Sorry. These challenges. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. In circular implementation of circular economy in Indonesia, of course, we have the positive or negative impacts. Yeah, competitiveness supply. Then when the recycle industry in Indonesia was growth, and then poor waste management handling, especially in remote area, I think in village, and then low awareness to stakeholder about roadmap national circular economy. But advantages for the circular economy in Indonesia in increasing of recycle index and changing of thinking model from linear to circular and achieving of efficiency. Okay. Thank you so much for attention. Sorry for all the time.
We were trying to get to you from every angle, Mrs. Sandy. I was trying to from behind, from the front, from the side.
I'm sorry.
No, but honestly, this is something extremely unique. The RPT, wonderful, and it was very exciting. You know, I was lost. I wasn't even taking notes. I was just staring at your screen. This is this could make forward a way towards your company has shown its very good producer responsibility, and hopefully when we have the discussion we could ask if anyone has any questions to ask on collaboration, we will come back to you. So because we lost a few minutes of time, I would like to quickly invite Mr. Roberto Benetolo, the Chief Executive Officer of Malaysian Recycling Alliance for her, to explain about EPR and the initiatives done by Malaysian Recycling Alliance for her. Mr. Roberto.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. I guess I need to go fast. So yeah, my name is Roberto Benetello. The company I represent is the Malaysian Recycling Alliance. Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to talk to you about EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. I'm going to start by telling you what this is, okay, and see how EPR can actually be an important enabler for circular economy. So, extended producer responsibility, we've spoken about that, but we haven't actually focused on the definition. It is an environmental policy, first of all, okay? We're talking about a policy which shifts the responsibility for the packaging, for example, of products to the producer after the product has been consumed, okay? So a bottle of Coca-Cola means that Coca-Cola takes responsibility for collecting that bottle after that bottle has been consumed by the consumer, okay? This extended producer responsibility is very important because it's a trend that is happening all over the world, and EPR frameworks, EPR policy frameworks are already in place in most of the European countries, and they're becoming commonplace everywhere else in the world. The same thing is in Southeast Asia. In Vietnam, it's already mandatory. In the Philippines, it is mandatory, and it's happening in other countries. Okay. Next slide, please. So, why do companies? Why is the industry interested in getting involved in EPR? Well, first of all, because it is mandatory in many countries, so they don't have a choice. Yeah. But normally EPR comes into being, so happens through a process, okay? Initially, it is voluntary. So for example, in Malaysia, now we are operating EPR on a voluntary basis, okay? But at the same time, we're working with the government to try and come up with a policy framework that will hopefully see EPR becoming mandatory also in Malaysia, okay? Some of you may say, why do companies want to get involved? Even on a voluntary basis, because, for example, there are many other drivers, access to raw material, they want to gain competitive advantage, they want to be in line with the stakeholder expectations, they want to lower long-run costs, so they want to make long-run savings, and last but not least, reputation and brand image. So it's becoming a very popular policy all over the world. Next slide, please. One important driver for EPR is the market for the global recycled plastic market, okay? We were talking earlier on, what needs to happen for the recyclables to have a value, a market value. In order for recyclables to have market value, there has to be a secondary market, a market for secondary raw materials, okay? And this is this graph shows that the demand for secondary plastic is going to increase a lot in the coming years, but it's very important, the policy. The policy is extremely important in terms of, for example, mandates from governments in terms of percentage of recycled content in products. Okay, this is going to be a big driver for recycled plastic. Next slide, please. So we talked about linear economy earlier on, and the transition that we're seeing right now from linear to circular economy. EPR, the producer responsibility, plays a big role there because, for example, in this new paradigm of circular economy, from produce, consume, recover, and reprocess, EPR, for example, ensures that companies adopt sustainable practices. EPR to creating this mindset for separation and source. EPR reduces environmental impact. EPR supports the feedstock development, and this is very important investment in recycling technologies. And EPR enables the secondary raw material market, as I just said. Next slide, please. Okay, so here in Malaysia, what we do as Malaysia Recycling Alliance, we collect money, we collect funds from the industry, from our members. Okay, our members are very, very large, fast-moving consumer goods companies. We collect money on a voluntary basis right now, and we use this money to initiate, to start some projects. Okay, I will talk to you some of the projects that we have ongoing right now. And we're currently experimenting because we need to understand what is the best collection method, how we can, for example, partner with the current players, for example, the current infrastructure, could be the concessionaires, could be the states, could be the local authorities, and so on and so forth. So it's really important. Earlier on, we talked about, Dato talked about the Act 672. So an EPR system that integrates into Malaysia needs to be able to integrate with Act 672 actors or states and non-Act 672. So it's really important to drive and navigate that landscape. Next slide, please. So some of the gaps in developing EPR in Malaysia, go very quickly, and perhaps you guys may have some questions later. There's a lack of legal framework and enforcement and monitoring. There's no recycling targets and ownership of the targets right now. There's no clarity in stakeholder roles and responsibility. There's limited capacity of the formal collection system. There's reliance on the informal sector, and we saw this before as well. Limited separation and source. Currently, EPR is voluntary, and in order to make the leap step forward, we need to make it mandatory. And there's lack of direction from the public sector and the industry. Maria is the testament that there are some very big companies, pioneers that have made this decision to be very bold about EPR in Malaysia. So we hope that the government will follow the same ambition that we have. Because it's important that the two goes together. Yeah. Next slide, please. Again, it has been already talked about, but it's important to understand that the informal sector also in Malaysia plays a big role in collection for recycling. Okay, in Malaysia, the collection currently focuses on collection to landfill. Okay, what we need to do right now is to change this in collection for recycling. So we need to be able to extract as much as possible when the waste is collected at the household level, for example, and extract the recyclables and get them to take a different route, not to go into landfills. Yes, that's very important. So the informal sector plays a big role, but also it's important to say that this type of economy, this type of income for the informal sector is very important. So any kind of policy, EPR policy, needs to take into account the informal sector, because the informal sector needs to be taken with the EPR. So make sure that the livelihood improves as the policy gets implemented. Next slide, please. So next one, please. This is Maria. This is who we are. These are some of the brands, and perhaps you're familiar with some of those brands, and some of those brands also have sub-brands that you may be familiar to. For example, Mondelez. You may not be familiar with Mondelez as a brand name, but you are certainly familiar with Oreo and some of the other brands from Mondelez. So these guys are really big guys. Next slide, please. So these are projects that we have currently in Malaysia. So we cover most of the peninsula and also Sabah and Sarawak. We are about to start a project in Semporna in Sabah. And again, for us, it's really important to understand how EPR can plug into the Malaysian ecosystem and really improve recycling rates, working with the current infrastructure and the current players. Okay. This is very challenging. This is extremely challenging, but this is what we're doing, and I think we're doing a decent job. Next slide, please. Thank you.
I'd like to commend you as a speaker. You finished in 9 minutes. It is an achievement. Yeah. It is a unique talent to be given 10 minutes and to finish something in 9 minutes. But other than the aesthetic skills, this was a wonderful, what Maria is doing is wonderful. You know, normally we are always lost. We have the first session, we talked about what's happening in ASEAN. Second session, we talked about what the government is doing. The third session, I was really worried, how are we going to even say what the private sector is going to do? And here we have someone doing RPET, someone is saying, I'm willing to collect money by ourselves on a voluntary basis, put together and bring this forward and do this project. All we need is support from the government, which we will discuss in our discussion session. So, I'd like to invite Mr. Justin Ng, Sustainability Manager for the Food Industry Asia, Singapore. Hi, Justin.
Hi, everyone. Hi, thanks, Dr. Paul. Can you hear me? Can you all hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah, good afternoon, distinguished guests and participants. Very happy to be able to participate in today's regional policy dialogue. I do believe all these dialogue sessions that we have are very informative and also beneficial in terms of where we are heading when we talk about plastic waste management. And just would like to specially thank the Center for Southeast Asia Studies as well as the Norwegian Institute for Water Research for hosting and organizing this particular dialogue. So I think in the next couple of minutes, I'm mindful of the time given, so I will do my best to keep to time. And yeah, I think as what Mr. Roberto has shared earlier on, a lot of my sharing today as well will touch a lot about EPR. But let me start off with just sharing a little bit of introduction of myself and Food Industry Asia. So for myself, I've been with FIA for the past 3 years, and I have a background in chemical engineering. Next slide, please. Yeah, so Food Industry Asia essentially is an industry association. As you can see here, we are made up of close to 50 members from the FMCG companies, not just the business-to-business companies, but also the B2C companies as well, packaging players. And the goal here is for us to represent all these companies when it comes to developing policies and regulations within the region. And we do this in the space of health and nutrition, regulation, and sustainability, which is a key focus of what we are talking today. So in the aspect of sustainability, we focus a lot about extended producer responsibility and also how do we unlock regulatory approvals for the use of recycled materials, especially in food contact materials. Next slide, please. So a little bit of what we do on the left side over here, you can see that we produce several kinds of toolkits ranging from position papers, white papers, and even certain consumer stakeholder studies that we want to use this information in our engagement with key stakeholders to showcase, okay, what is industry actually is saying, and also hearing from the ground in different countries within ASEAN in particular, what are consumers' response when they talk about the use of, let's say, recycled packaging in particular in food packaging. And on the right here, we do also represent the industry in terms of active advocacy. So in terms of trying to promote extended producer responsibility to level the playing field and having these conversations of how industry can get more involved in the development of primary legislations when we talk about these kind of policies. So next slide, please. I just wanted to start off today's presentation just with some infographic. On the left here we see some of the data produced by OECD to showcase what the whole landscape in terms of how plastics are generally managed. And we can see here that actually it's quite dismal, unfortunately, in terms of recycling rates because of how plastics are generally being mismanaged, and also recycling of plastics tends to be in the favor of PET and HDPE, and a lot of the economics of recyclings are also not too favorable because virgin plastics often are heavily subsidized. So this comes as a challenge, especially for the F&B industry, when more and more of companies are trying to use, or incorporate recycled content in their packaging, but yet having to deal with this increasing cost as well. And the problem here is also further exacerbated by the use of flexible packaging, all those soft plastics, multi-layer packaging you see that store your chocolates. All these packaging materials are very difficult to recycle back into food grade. Yeah. And on the right here, we see that, in this graph here, I just want to showcase that in recent times, I think industry has also scaled back on their sustainability pledges. Not to say that it is no longer important, but I think companies are being more cognizant now and also taking the necessary steps to reevaluate where they are in terms of the journey towards their goals and their plans. And we see that because of things like inflation, geopolitical tensions, the peak of the hype towards the talk about sustainability might have died down a bit. But then we hope that this is more of a transitional phase in which brand owners and companies continue to reevaluate in terms of how sustainability may be integrated more deeply in towards their commitments and recognizing it as an integral part of how their business should be run. So now I'll move on to the next slide here to set the scene in terms of some of the packaging regulations. Next slide. Starting off with the EU. I think some of us here in the room might be familiar with the EU packaging and packaging waste regulation, which actually took effect, or rather is going to take effect from 11 February with a transition period of 18 months. So by August 2026, all the EU member states will have to comply with some of the key regulations within this regulation. And I just summarized them in this table here. Essentially, what this regulation aim is to do is basically to curb the volume of packaging waste within the EU, and this comes with requirements of packaging recyclability, as you can see by 2030, packaging reduction targets, very high ambitious goals here and pretty stringent to some extent, and also mandatory recyclable criteria. So meaning that each packaging would have to be determined whether or not they are either A, B, C, or D, or even E, depending on their recycling grade. And by 2038, only packaging made out of A and B grades here are being permitted. And then the next one that we can see here is also that of recycled content for plastics packaging as well. We talked a little bit about this early on, and for sure, I think what we're trying to illustrate with this EU PPWR is that while this may particularly focus a lot about the situation in EU, I think many of the ASEAN member states also export some of these packaging materials to the EU, and they would need to comply with all these new up and coming regulations. And further to that, I think governments within the region as well, they may look at the EU PPWR and take certain inspiration to say, okay, this could be a form of approach that they would like to adopt. So I think we need to really be more aware about what are the key developments happening in the region and see how can we then bridge the gap in terms of policy being issued out, and how then do we help the industry in this journey. So moving on to the next slide, I just want to showcase the status of EPR in ASEAN. I think Mr. Roberto touched upon really well earlier in the slides here. And as you can see over here in the table, I think I broke it down into countries which already have packaging EPR in effect, packaging EPR proposed, and those passed with no implementation or being discussed. So obviously, Philippines already had their EPR only for plastics for now, which started in 2023, and I believe that they are already having a draft EPR to include all other materials in time to come. Vietnam as well, they already have their EPR in place, and I think since 2024, the mandatory recycling rate has already been implemented. As for Indonesia-wise, they have a legal framework in place since sorry, can you hear me? Because I see a comment, no sound. Can the audience hear me well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks. Yep. So for Indonesia-wise, they have a legal framework in place for EPR, but there isn't any strict form of implementation yet. So companies are doing a lot of reporting in terms of their EPR roadmap, but all of this is currently quite, to some extent, voluntary yet. But within this regulation in 2019, there are provisions which include the use of recycled content and also certain restrictions towards certain packaging like PP and PS by 2030. So on one hand, while the provisions are really strict, yet we do not see EPR actually being progressed at a rate that should match up to what the final goal would be. As for Singapore, where I'm based right now, they're taking a relatively different approach. I would say it's kind of a phase-in approach where in 2020 they already introduced the mandatory packaging reporting, essentially meaning that all importers of packaging into Singapore would have to report the amount of packaging volume that they use. And from next year, the beverage container return scheme will also be in effect, and this would apply on plastics and metal pre-packaged beverages ranging from 150 milliliters to 3 liters. So this initiative by the Singapore government is to build out the whole system of how to be able to assess and also know the volume of packaging that is being used in Singapore, and through the BCRS or DRS, if you would call it, then work towards having a final EPR for packaging in the years to come. And for Malaysia as well, I think there are significant efforts to drive mandatory EPR in time to come, as Mr. Roberto mentioned earlier on. It's still currently voluntary, but I believe the KBKT in Malaysia are really stepping up their efforts to also draft a legislation to which we hope that there will be more open dialogue and industry involvement in this, including the likes of Maria as well, so that we can drive this together. And in Thailand, they are also having a primary legislation in place right now, which they are intending to submit to the government cabinet by Q2 of 2025. So yeah, I know time is catching up on me, so maybe I would have to end here and maybe just open the floor to any questions if you all have.
Thank you, Justin.
Yep.
Please
Feel free to
remain,
reach out to me in the email as well on my last slide.
Yes, thank you very much. Please remain with us. We will have questions. A round of applause for Mr. Justin.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Justin, for telling us that it's all not rosy even when it comes to food packaging. There are lots of issues in food packaging in the industry. You look at your packing, your chocolate packing, packing for other types of food. When you look at it, actually they have a layer of plastic on top of the metal. It looks like metal packing, but there's actually a layer on top of it. It is paper and there is a layer of plastic on it. Actually, it cannot be recycled. There is work going on now. A few companies have already filed patents for new pellets, which can be 100% recyclable. So work is ongoing, and I think Singapore Sandbox also has managed to get one of those products. It's slowly entering the market. A lot of MNCs in Malaysia or around the region in Asia are working towards it, trying to replace it. It's not as easy as saying, let's change packaging. You can't change it. First you have to clear the size, the rules, the regulations. After clearing all of it, then they have to run the trials. Your printers need to run your trials, the food packaging people. After they complete all of these trials, then only it is applicable to take to market. So I was discussing with the food packaging manufacturers in Malaysia. They explained the situation. Even if they were to implement a recyclable or recycled material, it still takes 9 to 12 months before it can enter the market. So there are issues like that. So I just wanted to add that point for Mr. Justin in when it comes to food. So I know this was a very exciting session. We all learned a lot of different initiatives which are happening. What I want to do is I want to address a few points. I'm going to put it to the floor before we start off with the problems. I want to address the elephant in the room. You see, the elephant in the room is the President of the United States one of his first few signatures was to get out of the Paris Climate Agreement. That was his first signature. And says, oil, go for it. So when these two scenarios happen, automatically the more oil you take, the more the plastic is produced. We have a situation. Now, the second situation is all your ESG reporting, for that matter, versus sustainability standards reporting. You don't need to report on your waste management anymore. You need to report on electricity. You need to report on several of the other social factors, governance factors, how many women are on the board. And just to inform you, I don't know how many of you all know, Malaysia now has, in all independent directors in Malaysia, 54% are women. So this is, Malaysia has 54% independent directors in public listed companies. So on the ESG side, this is happening, but waste management is not important anymore for IFRS S1 and S2. So these are situations which we have, and I'd like to put this forward, looking at the global and the ESG scenario. What do we look forward to from the private sector's point of view? I pass the question over to Mr. Roberto first. He deals with the top 10 of them are in Maria, so maybe they would have told him something, or he would be working on something towards that extent.
Right. So first of all, I'm worried about this. Yeah, I'm genuinely worried about this situation. But there's nothing we can do, and we just need to see what happens. But definitely, you're absolutely right. The focus on oil and gas and the virgin plastic will probably get the production or the price of virgin plastic to go even lower. This will have an impact on the recycled plastic. Recycled plastic in some markets is considerably more expensive than the virgin plastic. In Europe, it is probably at the same level. In some other countries, it depends on the country. So you can't expect to build a market for secondary plastic in this kind of volatile situation. The situation was volatile and then become even more volatile. It's important that countries with some forward-looking vision and strategy come up with policy that, for example, establish a minimum of a percentage of recycled content in products. Yeah? That policy could be extremely helpful, and it would definitely decouple the price and the dynamics of the recyclables or the recycled market from the virgin market. And this type of decoupling is extremely important, because otherwise the recyclers go through periods of intense pain. Yeah, and this intense pain, sometimes they can weather that, and some other times they go bankrupt. So this is something that you need to take into account. On the more general statement you made on the ESG and a possible relaxing of ESG expectations and requirements and all the rest, we have to wait and see. And I think it's I don't want to comment right now. Yeah.
It's always good to get the tough questions done first. So I thought we'll do the tough ones. So I guess all of you are awake. We'll go to a more practical question. We'll go for a more practical question for Puan Santi. Could the RPET is so exciting. In Malaysia, generally, or in most countries for that matter, when it comes to food, it has to be virgin plastic. No way. I wouldn't drink of if you tell me that recycled plastic was used in a bottled water, I wouldn't buy the bottled water. Why would I buy your RPET?
Now you said the hard questions were done. Sorry, what do you get?
You want me to repeat?
Yeah, why?
What is my problem? I'm sorry. Actually, it was just putting it in a way to make you answer, but actually the nicer way of asking the question would be is, tell us more about the RPET, and,
Yeah. Okay. For the RPT, especially in my perception, for the RPT, compared with the Beijing, we have concern about the recycle for our factory because we have the virgin material to produce for a new product, so that's why we have to produce for the RPT. And but at this time in Indonesia, apparently, it's not easy. Maybe is follow discussion with Mr. Robert as mentioned before that our virgin cost is up and down. Maybe at this time the virgin price is more lower than our PET. And this situation, especially in Indonesia government, we need the support government about stabilize the price condition like this. But we have joined together with our customer who concerned about the recycle rate.
The other element which you may want to consider is that getting FDA approval, for example, for producing RPET bottle to bottle is a very, very stringent process, and very costly as well. So you have to go through a lot of investment in order to get FDA approval. And when you get FDA approval, is basically a stamp that certifies that the quality of the recycled plastic is extremely good and it can be used for food grade content.
Mr. Justin, what is your opinion on the RPET?
Yeah, for me, I think many of the industries are trying to really increase the use of recycled content, but what I see in terms of the challenge for them, as I mentioned in my presentation, is the lack of regulatory approval right now in across different countries. Although maybe India, Thailand, they have recently approved the use of rPET, but rPET is just only one particular material amongst all the plastic packaging materials that are used in the F&B industry. But obviously, with rPET, the approval of rPET will hopefully unlock the use of other recycled content in time to come. And this is where, we need to work towards ensuring that how is it being sourced, how this plastic is being segregated. It's actually consistent and safe to ensure that regulators can actually trust that the use of recycled content in food packaging materials will be safe. But I think this comes with a lot of challenges as well because of the negative light that is placed on plastics. For instance, the various kind of contaminants that are always associated with plastics. If you all heard of things like BPA, phthalates, all this forms a negative cloud around how plastics are being used, and sometimes to an extent it confuses the whole situation, and it puts industry at a disadvantage to some extent because they are doing their parts to transit towards using sustainable packaging. Yeah, so I think more can be done to really share the importance of how or maybe share certain regulatory processes and progresses in different countries towards how they actually unlock the use of rPET in food content.
Thank you, Justin. Since most of the regulators have left the room, I think. So I can ask more regulatory related questions. Mr. Roberto, in Malaysia, what would you want from a regulatory landscape? What type of support would you want?
Okay. So the first thing I would want is that the ambition that the industry is showing right now to get into EPR seriously is also shared by the government. So we need to go hand in hand and do this together, and with a reasonable time scale. The government of Malaysia in August last year published the circular economy for solid waste blueprint, and said that EPR will be mandated in Malaysia between now and 2035. I'm sorry, but 2035 is too far away. And if you give a message like this to the industry, the message is is basically saying, we don't really care about that. Yeah. So I think the question that my answer to your question is that this is what I would like to see is an alignment of ambition, yeah, between the private sector and the government, and working together to do that. The other thing is, you know, when you guys see on a piece of packaging, this is 100% recyclable. What do you think? Do you think that that piece of packaging is recyclable 100%? It depends where you are in the world. If you are in Germany, if you are in a very developed economy with a lot of recycling infrastructure, perhaps that piece of multi-layer soft packaging is recyclable. In order to attract investors to make their recycling technology available, for example, in Malaysia, we need to create a condition for people to make that investment, okay? And in order to do that, you need to ensure that these investors have enough feedstock to create and to put in place their investment, okay? Availability of feedstock is a huge problem, okay? Nobody would come and invest in Malaysia or in other Southeast Asian countries, for example, on chemical recycling, which is a novel technology which could be a solution, for example, to multi-layer packaging, if the feedstock is not guaranteed. Yeah? So going back to your question, yes, I would like to see synergies and collaboration and making sure that we work together with the government and the policymaker and the regulators to make sure that we synergize, we go in the same direction so that investments of this sort become viable. And there are many other things, but I just mentioned the two that came high in the priority list.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Justin, I think we'll pass you because in Singapore 2020 itself, you will have so many rules and regulations in place. So we'll move the question to Indonesia. Unless, of course, you have something to say.
No, I totally agree with what Roberto shared on having the aligned approach. I think industries and government stakeholders has plenty of opportunity to work towards the same goal. And we have to start now. Yeah, not to delay it, have that conversations of how, you know, legislation may be formulated, certain considerations. All this will help towards making a policy work well for not just the industry, but hopefully in time to come also the informal sector when we talk about EPR, especially in the ASEAN context. Yeah.
Thank you, Justin. So, what would you expect from the private sector perspective? What would you expect from the Indonesian government? What type of support, regulatory support?
Okay. For the government currently in Indonesia is have really support for the circular economy through the roadmap national circular economy Indonesia, and maybe collaboration with the government. I think government have planning for give the incentive, for example, industry.
Like tax credits or tax incentives.
Like tax or other incentive, or yes, especially for tax, because we buy the recycle is not a tax, but we sell it with the tax, of course.
Well, I would have loved that the regulators or somebody from the government was here, but I'll keep it in note and maybe write a paper on it. I know there may be hot fire, like Dr. Fauzia likes to call hot fire questions. Anybody from the audience would like to ask questions? You want to try without the microphone? You want to try without the microphone? Oh, yeah. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, my name is Marta Muslim and I'm from. Okay, my name is Marta Muslim and I'm from Indonesian Waste Platform. I happen to be represent the eastern part of Indonesia. Also the pilot project for EPR, the first EPR. It was funded by one of Mineral Water, the project, and it happened to be in Indonesia due to the geographical challenge makes the EPR is hard to implement. Maybe this lady from the corporation was a little bit too polite to say that we've been pushing the Indonesian government to involve the Ministry of Transport to make this national action plan can achieve by 2025 because without that we are in the eastern part of Indonesia cannot manage to increase the recycling rate to 30% by 2025 because our price of transport in Indonesia is huge. Like it costs the price for the recycling PET is 2.5, but the transport cost is 2,500, but the transport cost is 1,000. So from business perspective, it's never feasible to be done. So I think this is something that if you have a meeting in ASEAN level, you can maybe can give a little bit push for the Indonesian government to involve the Ministry of Transport. So we are not talking about Java, no? Indonesia is huge. There is people like me in Komodo National Park who are doing the waste management as well. Thank you.
No, I would have set housekeeping rules when we do moderation. I would say, please state your name, where you're from, and your question only, please. No comments, but I have to, I didn't say it. This was a wonderful comment. Thank you very much. This is a pertinent issue. A lot of us forget about it. To recycle, we all say, why can't we recycle? Why can't we recycle? But actually, there are a lot of problems associated with it. Earlier, the doctor from Thailand said, the change has to come from you. That's what Mahatma Gandhi said, the change has to come from you. But I don't see people changing. I'll give you an instance. So I went to Austria. I was doing this waste management training program for 3 weeks with ISWA. So I went there and I could see this. There's this, in Malaysia, we call older women auntie here. So we saw this auntie, she must have been like 75 years old. She came and she was sorting glass and plastic and wood separately, the brown bottles separately, the glass bottles, the transparent bottles separately. And she made an effort. Then I stood there because that was my day on that recycling center. It was my full day job there. So I asked her, you drove all the way from home to come here? How long did you drive? She said 16 kilometers to drive to come and give her recycling waste. So after that, I was like, our people are not going to do this. And then I asked Florin. Florin is one of the people who actually is the contributor for coming up with the equation for IPCC. So I asked him, he said, how long did it take? Then he said, let me see, 25 years for. We all spoke about lack of public awareness. By the time the public gets aware and starts to do something, it takes time. So we have to start early in doing this. So if we want the public to support the private sector, there are a lot of anecdotes I can tell you, but right now I'll only say, if you want the public to support the industry sector to do better recycling, we are talking about EPR, we're talking about so many problems. For private sectors, for SMEs to be able to do this work, you need support from the public, from the government, and from the industry. So there are so many factors to consider before this is actually even possible. So it's an important note I'd like to take to the in this dialogue, and I believe in the final session, maybe they could have some comments for it. Okay, any more fire questions? Yes. Yes. You no comments, question?
Question number one. How sustainable is this recycling of plastic business? Have you really break even after how many years? Yeah. And then in terms of EPR, where do because now there's new sources of plastic or who do we call producer, like all this plastic packaging, like all this from when we do transport of goods through Lazada and see all these wrappers, yeah, who's responsible for that? Yeah, and then
thank you, Miss.
Yes.
Wonderful question.
Yes.
Please say who you are.
I'm Annie Mitin from the Malaysian Agroecology Society.
Wonderful. Thank you, Annie. And you have 30 seconds to answer that question. 30 seconds for that.
30 seconds.
Quick answer. Quick answer.
Oh, sustainable packaging. Yeah.
Yes. How long to break even?
Yes. Okay. Oh, no. I don't have. But sustainable business, of course. We starting since 2007 until today. I'm still exist now at the start. So you have to many collaboration for sustainable making the sustainable packaging or process. But yeah, 10 years ago, as long starting from established, 10 years we have the hard problems. Yeah, it's challenge for us. Okay, thank you.
What was your question again? Number two.
All the plastic, the packaging waste from Lazada.
Okay, so the policy called extended producer responsibility, which is a policy, okay? When the government sits down and define the pillars of the policy, one of the pillars of the policy is who are the obliged companies, okay? Who are the companies that are obliged to pay into this EPR, okay? This will be defined by the government. Currently, the consensus seems to be that they are manufacturers, brand owners, and importers. Some people are saying that some of the retailers must be also included, and some people say that the online retailers should also be included. But this is a discussion that will happen in the definition of the obliged companies that the government will make. It's a decision that the policymakers will make. Yeah. In the countries around the world, there are different interpretations. Some online retailers are included, some online retailers are not included. There are different things. Yeah.
All right. To conclude, basically, if you want to do sustainable plastic recycling, first you must have the heart of an angel. After 10 to 15 years, you probably make money. That's what Mrs. Santos' summary. But that's Mrs. Santos' summary. And Roberto is saying we have to go after the logistics companies because these guys are putting out too much of plastic. We have to figure out and go after them. Yeah. And we have come to the end of the session. You have been a wonderful audience. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the panelists and thank you all for being.
Thank you.
Leaving Justin hanging.
Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your engaging participation. I know everyone is tired right now, but don't worry, we are almost there. We will now move on to the summary of the presentation and discussion we have just had, followed by an introduction to our roundtable discussion. To provide a summary for today's discussion, I would like to invite Ms. Rachel Karsik from NIWA to share her key takeaway and insight.
Can I stand here? Thanks, everybody. And I think for those of you who are itching to keep talking, we'll have a roundtable after this where we'll move to the grand banquet and we'll sit in groups. We'll have some facilitated conversations. Hopefully get to dive into those questions more, because those of us who are on stage here are not the only experts, and I don't think I'm an expert. So I've been given the impossible task of summarizing what has happened over these past few hours. So I thought I would start with where we are. We have a lot of information, some staggering statistics about the production, the disposal, the entanglement, the ingestion of plastics by wildlife, the effects on biodiversity, the effects on climate, the lead into the environment. We know that this is a huge problem, and we have that information, for this region as well. And we also have solutions. So we have policy frameworks that have been set in all of the ASEAN member states. First, for solid waste management and plastic bags, what might be considered low-hanging fruits. But since then, there have also been more expansive, more comprehensive policies, extended producer responsibility, circular economy action plans, targeted bans or fees on single-use plastics that aren't just bags. We also have interventions coming from non-government actors. So the hospitality industry is a good example. Applied researchers, those of us who are here and working with communities to pilot solutions and to monitor them, to learn from them, share the lessons. We also have action from the private sector who are recycling, reusing, trying to achieve shared climate objectives, and they are both acting voluntarily and out of legal obligations. We have the technologies to transition to circularity as well, and we have the will. So that's the good news. But there are many challenges, and if you are more optimistically oriented, which I am not, those are also opportunities. And so I see the challenges as the following. There is a huge lack of integration in this region when it comes to governing plastics. So that exists from the local to the national level of governance. Between sectors, I think the ubiquity of plastic in our lives, in all sectors, demands more integration. There is lack of integration between ministries within national governments who are responsible for different stages of the plastic life cycle. I think you brought up a really good point on that, Arisman. There's lack of integration across ASEAN member states, especially with things like EPR policies, which are happening independently, and the development of standards. And as always, there could be more, there should be more stakeholder engagement, collaboration, multi-sector engagement. And so we thank CSEAS for doing that good work. But more is needed always. So that's one thing. Another thing is fundamental sustainable waste management, which is kind of at the core of a stronger system, is still lacking. So there's limited infrastructure to facilitate waste collection and waste sorting. There's limited financing to maintain this infrastructure, and individual behaviors are not helping the problem by separating at source. The informal sector plays a huge role in collecting our waste, but they work and live under hazardous conditions. It's difficult to monitor and track their inputs into the system, and it's hard to regulate prices with the informal sector. Governance remains weak, so implementation and enforcement are lacking, and the more upstream interventions are either non-existent or they are kind of couched within management plans or action plans, so they don't have regulatory power. Funders and donors support is strong and it's a good start, but it lacks long-term sustainability and maintenance. It lacks a consideration of trade-offs and unintended consequences, and the benefits are not guaranteed. And technical capacity and information sharing is always needed. And then two more, which is growth. So population growth and wealth growth means that consumption is going to increase. We don't yet have the capacity to manage the waste we have now. And I want to thank Justin for naming what I think is the biggest elephant in the room, which is the chemicals that are in plastics. The 16,000 chemicals, they are toxins, they are carcinogens, they are endocrine disrupting chemicals, and they have human health impacts that we still don't know. And so we are dealing with that as well. So to not end on a negative note, when I was trying to sum things up, I returned the question to myself of what could things look like in 10 years for ASEAN. So here are a few notes from what I've heard today. Regional integration, an EPR policy or strategy across the ASEAN region, standards for recyclability and production across the ASEAN region, reuse and refill systems and infrastructure to support them for consumer packaged goods across the ASEAN region, and multi-actor knowledge sharing platforms as well. Waste workers live with dignity and protections. And not only do households sort their waste and sort it well, but they also have all of the infrastructure that they need to be able to do that. There are mechanisms for handling low value waste, and they don't have unintended consequences that we don't know yet a lot about. We have an ambitious global plastics treaty, and there's strong, integrated, comprehensive governance, regulatory support, unlimited financing for all of the things we need. And America is back in the Paris Treaty. So that's what I have. Thank you all so much. I hope that was coherent. I think we'll do some photos, and then I hope you guys stick around for this last maybe 45 minutes. I'd really like to hear from everybody as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Rachel, for the insightful summary. Your reflection on the discussion are valuable for move forward in our dialogue on circular economy and plastic waste management also. And then now we would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Fauzia to present token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists. First, I would like to invite Ms. Favarin Vompanich. Please join us on stage.
Yeah, trying to divide. Yeah. You're hearing so very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And then the second one, I would like to invite Mrs. Santi Suryati to join on the stage.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the next one, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Zida Fatima Muhammad. Please join us on the stage. And then the next one, I would like to invite Marcel Karasik. Please join us on stage. Thank you. And then I would like to invite Dr. Arisman to join. Yeah, to come up on stage also.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. finalists. First, I would like to invite Dr. Din Thi Thôi Hang.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, Dr. Paul Silva Michael Davidas.
Thank you. Okay.
And for the last one is Dr. Bakiano.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Risman. We will now transit into our roundtable discussion, which will be held at the banquet. The committee members will directly into the place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.